a Republican form. And we, as citizens, have a right to express our political aspirations. If enough of us, and this is what's wrong with U.S. history, with what the U.S. has always done to us. Every time we have a political movement, they kill our leaders. That is extremely, well, everyone knows that's wrong, but that's extremely unconstitutional, and that's another grievance for reparations. But we, as regular people, you and I, all of us, we have a right to get together. We have a right to form whatever party we want, whatever economic system we want. The Constitution only guarantees it. Whatever it is, it has to be in a Republican form of government. So if we get together and we get the numbers and we are all on code to form or take control of the state, they'll try to stop us, but it's our legal and constitutional right. The last point was why would people move to like a state controlled by us? It's because we would create laws that would make it benefit them. The government would work together with companies, construction, otherwise, to like clear land, to build housing, to guarantee jobs. So like Black people can come here and actually be treated fairly for the first time ever in their lives by government and enjoy a good life and participate in the economy and know that like whatever they do is going to benefit them and people that look like them. And that's pretty much it. I think I do want to answer a question about how do we get the message out. I'm not sure who it is because I'm not familiar with all of you and I apologize, but I wouldn't expect anything from either a white corporate-owned network or a Black corporate-owned network, even if Tyler Perry buys one. I think we're squandering the benefit that platforms like Twitter, YouTube, and other platforms that I might not be aware of give us. And it's not going to be on a high level, but it's going to be more local. We got to reach people one at a time. And like how the majority of this meeting went into talking about the problems, when people tune in to your platforms, they have to like hear solutions and reasonable solutions that they think, hey, I can do that. Because a lot of stuff isn't what I would say astrophysics. It's a lot of things are simple, like starting a business. I've had businesses. They're simple. The people that are in the construction field, building, setting the infrastructure, building a home. Once you have that technical expertise, it's simple. Once we have people with technical expertise in certain areas, people will start to see building and organizing will be simple, but we have to lay that out for them, keep pushing it. Like the people that are presently, and I'm going to finish soon, in spaces, and they have a lot of followings, they can preach what the issues are. They can even give a path towards solutions, but they themselves aren't interested in being the leaders. So they did good jobs, what they're doing to raise people's consciousness, but it's going to take others among us to take that next step and begin to be leaders and organizers. And I'll stop there.
Yeah, Muffet, I want to jump in real quick, and I appreciate everything you said, find value in everything you said. But about the platform, so yeah, when I mentioned Tyler Perry, I didn't say that like just for the record. I don't have any confidence that Tyler Perry, if he were to buy BET, that would benefit us in having a large media platform in which to communicate this message. I don't believe that he would be beneficial in that. And the reason why I'm questioning about how can we get this message out on a larger scale is because, like Sean said, it might take 20, 30 years before we can make this Black state migration a reality when, in fact, we don't have 20, 30 years. So that's why I'm wondering, like, what are other alternatives that we can use other than Twitter Spaces? Yes, Twitter Spaces are effective, but they don't cover as much ground as we really need when it comes to this particular topic. And so, go ahead.
I have a solution, not a solution, but an idea that just came up. I used to have a restaurant, and I used billboards to advertise. It was with the company Outfront Media, and if I remember, for 3 weeks for a medium-sized billboard, I think it was something like $2,000. For the largest billboards that many of you see, like driving up and down the highway or or, through major cities, those huge billboards might be 5,000 for 2 weeks. We don't have access to corporate media in, the ways that these mega rich people and corporations
man,
do.
I had to take a lunch
But
break.
And I'm not saying that they
had to take a dinner break, man.
So you never know. You have to make an account and interact with the agents. But if strategically,
welcome to the
Black majority cities or Black majority regions.
YouTube Live. We just got off the social live.
Strategic locations. You make arrangements with these companies or even homeowners that have.
Also check out reparations2023.com.
That's an ultimate failure already, bro. It's good idea, so that's a failure. White people own the billboards, dude. So that's not on.
Jason Black does similar things. I know what.
And check out that GoFundMe for reparations2023.com.
A political message to the Black majority
state. I gotta figure out a way to put that in the actual
Black organization. Let people know that they have other options than Democrats or Republicans. They have other options than the life that they're struggling through every day. There's people trying to make their life better.
That as well.
So a billboard is the thing that it is stationary. People who travel back and forth, you'll have a lot of eyes on it. And it's actually more effective than media because people, whether they're in traffic or whether they're walking, they're staring at these things. You can pick the
mother. I agree with you, bro. No, I agree with you. I think it's a great idea. It just comes down to who owns these billboard companies. Like right here in Alabama, one of the largest agencies that own the billboard is a company called Lamar Advertising, owned by white people. You wouldn't get it up, bro.
Professor, what would it take? So then, what would it take for a Black or someone to actually get into a business and invest in owning a billboard company?
Black people, what we're going to have to do is come as a collective, as we have already said in this space earlier. We got to come together as a collective unit, collective thinking. And we got to build up our own billboard platform.
All right, that's what I just said. So then I'm asking you the question, what would it take for us to actually own our own billboard company if that is what you're saying is your concern? Because I know that there were people who bought billboards for myself and they had billboards put up in South Carolina. So now I'm asking you, to your point, which is correct, in saying what would it take to move the conversation to what you're saying is we need to be able to own a company to put a billboard.
Well, wouldn't we need to all get together to discuss that as a collective group?
Exactly.
To keep it simple, if I can just interject, to keep it simple, it takes, first you have to start the company, you need some capital. It takes buying licensing in order to operate in that state, and then as a billboard company, and then you have to buy commercial space, either make deals with private property owners to put your billboard up. So it's both licensing for the city in order to be able to place your billboards in local communities or cities, and then you just have to make deals for those particular commercial spaces.
I did not want to do that.
All right, and there's a solution.
And everything takes money, so it takes money.
Definitely. Yeah, we already knew that. But here's my thing, y'all. We still need the media platform. Here's the deal. I'm down with what Muppet is saying. But the reason why you need a media platform like a BET, that gets your message out a lot wider than just the billboards on the highway. Now, what I mean by that, when Robert Johnson owned BET, majority of the people that was watching BET was Black families, Black people all across this country, right? We all love BET. Now, without BET, what do we have? See, people they're not watching anything else, but BET was ours. It belonged to us. You could get your message out there. So if Tyler Perry gets this, and he said, hey, I think BET's supposed to be Black owned, because I think I remember him saying BET needs to be Black owned and not what it is right now. That means we need to let Tyler Perry get that motherfucker, and we then go to Tyler Perry and BET, because it'll be Black owned, and we can get our message out there to a broader spectrum of people.
And he's not the only one that stopped to invest in BET. I think it was Byron Allen and Tyler Perry.
That's right. Exactly. We need the media platform, everybody, and I think y'all cannot disagree with me on this one.
Yeah, well, let's also keep in mind too.
You got hold on. You guys mind if I chime in, possibly?
Well, wait, you hold on, sir, because you just got up here. But let's not forget that when Byron Allen has been was jammed up in some legal stuff by just from advertising. So there's a concerted effort to keep Black Americans from owning any major communication platform.
Absolutely.
So
right about that.
That's why I said, if y'all heard me,
right about that.
I said this in news total spaces many times. This is why Robert Johnson did a disservice to the Black American family by selling out. And he know he did. He has admitted. He should have never sold it. So now we got to find a way to get BET back. BET belongs to us.
Amen. No, you're right.
I got some insight on this Bob Johnson thing.
Oh, okay, but before you do, DJ, we're gonna let you speak. I like your profile picture.
We got to go around the room.
DJ.
Because I met with him last month, so that's why I want to speak.
Okay, well, hold on just a second, sweetheart. Hold on, let that marinate. DJ Seg One, you got it, sweet love.
Nah, go ahead, let DJ LB speak. Go ahead, bro.
Excuse me, brother. And the only reason I'm jumping in here because I think what the brother said about Bob Johnson is key. We gotta support niggas like that too, though. You gotta understand, gang. Like I'm not gonna explain where I met him at. It was in the University of Illinois, which he's alumnus. I'm an alumnus. I met him last month. Had a conversation.
Why is this shit so
down at in Champaign, Urbana. About this very thing, man. Not necessarily the context of this, but he told me a very poignant story about how early on he was trying to he had the idea for this thing, and he had many ideas, and people wasn't taking them fucking serious. And then when it hit. So, he sold it, and obviously he regrets it because he understands the impact that selling that shit to Viacom had. But the main thing I want to. Hello.
We hear you in your background.
Yeah, I thought the lady was talking. I didn't want to talk over the woman. So we gotta support dudes that got these visions. Yeah, because you get mad when they sell it, but sometimes, man, they feel like they don't get the support from the community. So you gotta nurture the geniuses, man. That's all I want to say. Like, I know he regret now because he looking back on his life and looking at shit and it's fucked up. But in real life, he ain't the only one. When you come out the Black community and you build something, everybody not no coon, bro. Some niggas just literally ain't supported. They get to the next level, harbor resentment, and then they make a move, and then they realize the move was in bad or poor taste. So we got to support people before the win, as well as cultivating instead of kind of critiquing how they fucked up on the back end. That's it.
Okay, you know what? That's a good point.
Yeah, I want to address that. Man. I wish I could have had that conversation with him because I gotta
have that conversation too. That nigga.
Yeah, I gotta call. I'm gonna call bullshit.
We would always let the nigga not want to fuck with the community because.
And y'all
Yeah. So,
nigga, can we limit the nigga usage in here? Like, find another word. I'm just saying.
Right. But so my conversation would have been to him. First of all, it was successful. If people weren't, because I remember a time where cable, you had to pick the channels that you wanted to have on your cable bill, and if you didn't pick those channels, they weren't going to show up. So it's a little bit of a revisionist type of history for him to say that Black America wasn't riding with him or wasn't supporting him. I don't believe that at all. That's got to be totally insanity because
he didn't say Black America.
Well, then
he was saying early people that he was around, like just not the community, but just like classmates, family members, people that was in that early incubation stage that may have led him to having some sort of resentment when it got over the hump. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
all right, so that sounds like he's harboring bitter feelings from the past, which sounds like he wasn't either mature enough, He didn't appreciate the position that he was in. I know what his next move was. He tried to buy an airline or something like that. That's what he was trying to. He was trying to level up.
Team, it was a basketball team.
No, he would definitely went into the airline industry as well.
Oh, he did airline. Okay, I knew he had got a basketball team.
Yeah, he tried to.
Okay, the nigga sold out, and we can't make no excuses for him. Nigga sold out.
Well,
and yes, Rilla, he's a nigga. There you go, Rilla.
No. He tried to go from.
Sound like a cone, bro. Like, what type of nigga is you, man?
Only reason why I said to eliminate the term. It's not me. It's because
Okay, wait, hold on. First of all, y'all just cut Black all the way off. Black was cooking.
So he was trying to level up in corporate America. It's one of those things where on different levels at different scales, he got his Negro wake up call because he tried to level way up and he tried to play on a field where they were not going to let him operate. Quite literally, he made a very poor calculation. He can't blame that on something that happened fucking who knows how long. BET's been around since I was a kid, so he can't blame the people that weren't supporting him in the beginning, because here's a newsflash: nobody supports you in the beginning. Nobody. You lucky if you got a parent that's on your team or a partner. You know, you gotta fake it till you make it, and you gotta prove it, and then that's when everybody jumps on your team. That's just the reality of the situation. So I don't have no sympathy for him. He made a mistake. It is what it is. He needs to make better decisions going forward. That's all.
And if I can jump in, and here's the thing. Robert did what he did. He thought it was the right thing. Okay, good. Because hindsight's 20/20. I ain't tripping. My thing is, when we talk about the potential of Tyler Perry purchasing BET, do we know that Tyler Perry is going to have our back as Black Americans and not try to put us in a controlled type of environment where you can't produce this, you can't talk about this. Now you can do all this buffoonery, but you can't have real conversations or deliver real news on this network if I buy it. That's the only thing I'm willing to support Tyler Perry if he's willing to keep it a whole 100 about it. But if not, then hell no, I'm not going to support that because it's just more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking about a platform that we can have honest news about Black Americans and the shit we're going through because we're not getting it on any other media platform.
Right.
So let's see. Go ahead, DJ LB. You got it, and then DJ Seg One, you'll be next. DJ Seg One or DJ LGB or LB DJ. One of y'all DJs speak.
DJ LB left the space. All right, go ahead, Seg One.
Nah, it's all good, family. What's good? Black stayed up. Preparations up. How everybody doing tonight?
Good. All good.
No love. All right, fine. Be like that.
All good.
Good to see you, Seg One. Good to see you. Yeah, whatever.
You know what, Professor? I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're going to have to go in the corner because something's up.
I'm appreciating the Professor tonight, also. I'm loving the Professor tonight.
I don't know. You acting out. You need a whooping. Something's happening.
Get the bell. I told you. I said
something's happening. And the reason why I was saying use a different time, because DJ even know, I respect Black because Black does not like the term. So when I come into the room on Saturday, I read the room of who's in here, and I know how to act accordingly. I'm not going to disrespect his space. If he don't like the term, he don't like using that term, I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, I know he don't like the term, but, I throw it out there every now and then. Y'all know I don't really use the term now, but I really throw it out there for Bob Johnson. Because, y'all, it's something about Bob Johnson that just really gets to me because I felt like he sold off something that belonged to us. And it's a soft spot for me. I'm sorry. I'm sensitive in my feelings right now.
Well, you don't put a pad on and let's finish talking.
Oh, shit. I got to go put a pad on?
talk shit out. Don't talk shit out. Professor, do you know how much Bob Johnson?
By the way, my apology to Black Majority. My apology to Black Majority because he doesn't like the term, y'all. But everybody know Bob Johnson is a soft spot for me or a sore spot for me. Okay. Go ahead.
Do you remember how much he sold BET for back in the late 90s? Do you know?
It was like, wasn't it like $1 billion? Like close to $1 billion?
Yeah, it was actually it was $1 billion. It was over $1 billion.
Yeah, I knew he had sold off he sold off our network guys to these white folks for over $1 billion. It just made me so mad when he did it. It made me so mad.
Do you remember how much he bought?
Twitter. Man, they just like to do what they do. They suck. Twitter sucks, man. Twitter sucks. Did I get the right?
I think for less than a few $100,000. Therefore, his ROI went from $500,000 to over $1 billion in less than 20 years. I'm gonna say 15 years. So, it's just something when you're a businessman, just something you have to think about. But I understand what you mean. He sold out our media platform, a Black American media platform.
Yeah. I'm sorry, family, to all of y'all for using the term nigga, because we really shouldn't use the term nigga anyway. But look, that network was ours, man, and it was just something that I felt like he sold out that was special to us. It was dedicated to us. It was for our needs, and we need BET right now as we speak, as our family is going through all of these issues. But we don't have a media platform right now.
Yes, we do. Aren't we talking on? Don't we have social? And we're talking on this platform, collectively coming together so we can figure it out.
Well, I mean, that's true, but I'm talking about black owned for the black family is what I'm talking about. I
understand you talking about in the film industry.
One with heavy reach, because again, even when you look at all these major mainstream media platforms, they bring on people to discuss reparations who have nothing to do with reparations. They're not entitled, they don't agree, and those are the repeated guests that come on all of those platforms to talk about how we shouldn't get it, we don't deserve it, and blase, scoop the deal. And this is why I'm saying, even with this Black state migration, yes, and I'm acknowledging it. Yes, we have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have YouTube, we have social, we have all these platforms, but none of them command a large audience like some of these other mainstream media or mainstream platforms do. And so that is an issue, and one that I'm just throwing out there for discussion. Like, how can we work our message around, since we don't have that major platform? How can we do it so that we can make sure the message gets out there and we're not, like Sean was thinking, it takes us 20, 30 years before we can get people to buy in and actually hear this Black state migration message?
I think we're going to have conversations with these people. And, I know at the beginning of the conversation when reparations started, even though I'm sorry, this is not a reparations space, but in regards to...
What happened? Oh, they fucking killed it. They killed it. They killed the space. Wowzers. What is wrong with these damn people, man? Twitter this shit is just not normal. It's so unnormal, it's so unnatural. And we're just having like a regular conversation. And my shit's updated and everything. But they killed that space, man. They killed that damn space. More horrible people, man. They killed it. Yeah, they killed our fucking space, man. These people look terrible, man. Like, these are some terrible people. Goodness freaking gracious, bro. You can't even have a conversation. There got to be somebody in the space that's oh, these people. Well, no, I can't play music because the YouTube will flag the damn thing because of that. I just wait till people show up, man. Ah, um, of course. Oh man, yep. See if people will come back. They killed the space. That's what they do. Mm. The bridge. I guess I can add my social in there. Yeah, they killed it. They killed the damn space, and man, so frustrating. So frustrating. Oh no! Don't tell me I'm locked out of this. Tell me I'm locked out of this one. Oh my god! You know what? I'm probably gonna have to do it from the social account because it looks like they got me where I can't even open this one up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it from this account. Damn it, man! What is wrong with these people, man? Let me see.
There's a bridge.
Yeah, and that's behind, like minutes behind. Yeah, they're not gonna let me. They're not gonna let me do nothing over here tonight. So we're gonna have to create a social space and then run it from there. Damn, Twitter is hating hard. They hating hard, B. They hating hard over here, man. They hating hard, B. Whoo! They hating hard over here. See who I can get up in here. Nope, ain't gonna be you. You out your mind, chick. You out your rabbit ass mind. Yeah, I had to kill that one. Nope, I had issues. Yeah, you know I got issues. You know I got issues. Yeah, technical issues. Connection stability, all that. No, I'm not playing no damn recording. All right, I gotta find this. No, first let me do this. These people, man. You know, we having a good conversation. And what do? They knock it down. They destroy our ability to have conversations. What in the hell? What? Come on, man. What is it? Social media, right? They crazy, bro. These folks they really out their minds right now. Hello, folks. Hello, folks. Yeah, I had to do it under this social account because they are not going to let that other account hold a space tonight. They are just sick and tired of of us having spaces under that account. I guess. What's going on, DJ? I mean, I'm gonna make you a co-host just so shit don't collapse.
All good. Just landed in the studio. Word up. I thought like, damn, I couldn't find the space. I thought like, damn, I got dropped out because I was switching my network from the, the regular 5G to the Wi-Fi. And I said, damn, that's fucked up. I can't find the room. Well, maybe it ended or whatever. And sure enough, like you said, Twitter hating as usual, but that ain't nothing new. Shout out to social, though. Everybody share the room out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they kept kicking me out. And then finally, I guess enough was enough. Enough was enough. They just collapsed the whole space. Like, damn.
Right. Yeah, a lot of times when that happens, right, the best thing to do is go into your phone settings and just completely, delete the data. As you see, I'm changing my color spectrum back. Are you doing some? So that way, it'll just completely knock it out and shit. You know what I mean? Usually that works, and you could just come back on the same black state account or whatever. And then, like I said, the cache is a problem too with Twitter. It doesn't seem to hold well. You feel what I'm saying? Compared to other live sites like Facebook or something like that.
I got a weird message. I never saw it before. I can't remember. It just flashed real quick. One of the times they kicked me out, and it said something about Twitter was having a hard time with the cache. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. It's something more with the cache on this thing where it doesn't hold the information at all. Well, I'm not even sure why. Why the hell got my hand up? It doesn't hold the information at all, so I'm not even sure what's up with that. You know what I mean? That's something for these dumbass developers to find out, because I know a lot of the 10,000 developers that Elon fired. I'm pretty sure they left him a nice parting gift that he's been trying to correct ever since. Well, he did say he's on track to getting his money back in the next couple of days or whatever, something like that. So, whatever. You know what I mean? What's up, ladies? How y'all doing?
Hey, DJ. How you doing tonight?
All good, big sister. What's going on?
Nothing. I just wanted to come in. Hey, Rella. I just wanted to come in and say something about Bob Johnson that I don't think everybody knows. He put that beautiful building up down there in Southeast in the middle of the hood. He didn't do anything for the people living around. He didn't even hire them to come and clean.
Crazy.
He wasn't paying any of the news people. And those news people that he had bringing the black news, those were some really, really great journalists. And he wasn't paying them. And when he got that money, he tried to run off into the sunset, but he was going to leave. His wife and him were in the process of a divorce. He thought he was going to get divorced and get paid. He tried to pull a fast one on her. And she caught up with it. And he had to split that money with her. That's why he didn't walk out of there as a billionaire. And she opened up a boutique down there in Tyson's Corner and stuff. We used to go down there. Her and the boxer.
There's always a story to it.
His name right now. Him and his wife, they opened up boutiques down there and bought clothes and stuff. That was when it was all white down there. Wasn't no black folks down there at the time. And they was getting them good white folks money, just having a little something. How they do, because they was both multimillionaires. But he was dirty from the word go. That's just what it is. He was dirty from the word go. He tried to do something. He pulled a fast one on the community of Washington, D.C., especially Southeast.
Crazy.
And he wasn't paying people. That's why he had rotating people coming in and out. And Donnie Simpson really hung in there with him. And he didn't even get paid. And so he can't say that nobody supported him, because we all supported him.
Yeah,
and we supported his efforts, even when he wasn't paying nobody and not doing anything for the people in the community. Because it's just like Trump put that casino up out there in Jersey. DJ will tell you where it is. And he didn't do anything for the community out there. So, we got to be careful of who we support and who we don't support. That was back in the day when we didn't really have nothing. And we got a little something now, but it's just like Mel said, we need to know where these people are coming from before we throw our support behind them. That's just where we are in the country now. And I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, well, she got that spa down here in Virginia, but she made sure she put it in the deep end, not near Tyson's though.
Yeah, he really tried to do her dirty. He really did, and he was married to her for years. And how he treated her, how he treated the community, how he treated the people that worked for him and everything. I don't think anything of Bob Johnson. I really don't. I just don't think I think he's one of them 50-40 man, 50% here and 40% there. You ain't never going to get 100% out of him. And I don't think he was ever for black folks, because what has he done since then?
Nothing. Nothing. And I want to say this though too. And I agree with Bill, because I'm not against having a discussion with these folks that have the money or demanding them that they do more for our community. But I agree with you and Mel. We have to they got to put skin in the game in order for me to believe that they are really for us, and what they're doing is specifically for us. I understand that we talk about, supporting, but I'm like, what kind of skin in the game are you trying to put in it for us? Bob Johnson coming back around now that, we're talking about reparations and people are talking about, regalvanizing. Don't think that we're the only ones having these discussions, because we're not. They're having these discussions in all areas, even rooms that we're not in. And they're more so looking at it as, well, how can they actually get in on this to make sure the money flows to them? So
that's it.
I honestly think that we need to hold the cards. But we need to put them on notice. Like, no, you and I can get our support if we cannot get our representation the way it should be. And what skin in the game are you willing to put in the game? And it has to be something we can see.
Oh man, I just
yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. The other part about it is, people think that grassroots people don't have power, but they do. They do. They have way more power than they know, because without people, and I'm not talking about just grassroots, but without people, these businesses will not thrive. And that's just what it is. When he was getting ready to sell BET, and I don't know if Viacom had it by then or not, remember how they was just showing those porn videos and all that kind of stuff? That's what they were feeding us. And that should have been our signal to say, hey, wait a minute. This is the wrong direction for us to be going in, because look at where we are now. See, so many people are trying to be rich and trying to be famous and trying to be this and that. And they think that if they do softcore porn or hardcore porn or any other kind of porn, that's going to put them on the top of the game. And it's not.
Interesting.
It's just not, because that industry belongs to the mob. You see what I'm saying? It's not an industry you can get into and make a lot of money unless you mobbed up and you selling it, So doing it is not going to get us anything, and that's what they were showing us. And rappers that have since said, I made a mistake. They played a role in it. They played a significant role in it. And what we've got to understand is that we really do, Black grassroots really does have more power than they think they do. All we have to do is tap into it. That's all we have to do is tap into it. And I'm going to leave it there.
And so I remember seeing a video from Dr. Julia Hare, and she said something that's important that I'd be glad that I hope our people start to pay attention to and wake up and start to recognize game. She said Black leaders are chosen by the Black community. However, the leading Blacks are chosen by white media. So we don't have those people in the media who are speaking for us because they are not chosen by us. We choose our leaders, and the leading Blacks are chosen by them. To another point that I know we moved away from, but I just never really got the opportunity to say, so I don't want to go back there again, but I just want to say that above the American dollar, human resources, human capital is always going to be more valuable than the dollar, because whether you have money on this earth or not, humans is what moves things. We are what makes shit happen. You can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have any humans to build that building, you don't have shit. You just got a stock of money that can be burnt up in a day's time.
Interesting.
She's absolutely right, Trouble, because I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think much of Byron Allen either, because what has he done other than buy up airwaves and channels and things of that nature? When he got in trouble and he wasn't in trouble, but when he took his case to the Supreme Court, the first thing he did, we ain't heard from Byron Allen since never. First thing he did was come out there and holler, well, I need support. I need support from the black folks. Well, what do you need our support for? You're a billionaire. Why would you ask poor black people to support you in your efforts? And I haven't seen anything. And maybe he's doing something out in California. I don't live in California. But a billionaire should be able to do something that translates across the country. I haven't seen it. I don't know that Magic Johnson is a billionaire, but I know what he's done. What has Byron Allen done? So I'm not supporting anything that Byron Allen does. I'd never support Byron Allen. Byron Allen, I don't know, supports black folks. And so, just like Bob Johnson, he didn't support us. All he did was make capital off of us. That's what he did. And he didn't get everything he wanted because his wife came in and cut his legs off. And thank God she did. And so, it's easy to have a conversation with a young man and you sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, out there in Illinois, and you tell him your toils and your troubles and black folks didn't support me. That's a lie. It's a lie. We did support him.
Absolutely.
And he turned his back on us. He used it to get a come up. And the minute white folks threw money at him, he took it. He took it. He didn't do what Bob Johnson did. Bob Johnson kept Ebony and Jet going till the day he died. It was still going on. It was going on when his wife took it over. And the daughter ended up selling it because she didn't want to have nothing to do with it. And that's her fault. But you can't blame Mr. and Mrs. Johnson for selling off Ebony and Jet because they did not do it. They stuck in there and they held it down for us and reported on black stuff. Bob Johnson sold it the first time white folks came at him and threw some money at him. He took it and ran. Crazy. And so I'm going to leave it there. But I do want to add this before I go. The other part about it is when these companies get to be a certain dollar mark, and I don't care if they're black or white, the vultures come in, and you're either going to sell or you're going to go down because they don't want the competition. And that's something that black folks have to be aware of. So when you're building, be aware that while you are building, they're looking over your shoulder, waiting to take it out from underneath of you. And they'll do it by hook or by crook. And the only way that it cannot go down is if you do have support of the black grassroots. And I'm going to leave it there.
You know what? I want to say this too. I realize a lot of these big name companies, even the rappers or people who always bring up, Warren Buffett and how they close to Warren Buffett and all this other stuff. And Warren Buffett taught them this, that, and the third. The one thing Warren Buffett ain't ever do was sell the culture and nature of the European to anyone else. He's not selling he's not selling anything that white people own that they would take an issue with to no other major business organization that is owned by Arabs, owned by Asians. You don't see him doing that. You know what you see him selling? He sells companies that he invests in if he can buy them out. And he sells them off because there's no personal connection. But what black people seem to be doing, and those who pretend, maybe I shouldn't say pretend, those who have claimed to be black for however umpteen years, and they practice, the culture since they've been here, and they've gotten money, like your, big name celebrities, they're selling off our culture to other ethnic groups to gain a higher stake in network for them. But then when you turn around, even with them gaining another notch of network on their belt, they still don't have enough to compete with the top 1% of their industry in the world. So what they're doing is they get into these small businesses that are Black owned, that are developing for the benefit of Black people to have an economic foundation, and then trying to ask for a higher stake in equity. And then what's going to happen? Then they'll think about selling that shit off. And then we left with nothing. We're back at square one. Other white people owning and pursuing not just our culture, but the businesses that we create. And we have to, I think, also recognize that we cannot continuously let that happen.
And you're right. Then the other part about it is, how do we stop it? See, that's been the big conundrum. How do we stop it? How do we stop it? And I don't know the answer. You know what I'm saying?
I think we need to open up business.
It's probably a multi-layered answer. It's probably not just one answer.
Correct. Correct. But I think we need to do what they're doing to us. We need to open up businesses that cater to them. Like I've always said, you know, I think we had this discussion a while ago too, Trouble. I think the last space we had before my phone broke, where we were talking about, you know, not shopping at like Asian-owned stores and stuff like that. But I'm like, we should actually do the same thing they're doing to us. Develop stores where we become the controllers, hire they people to work in them, because that's what they doing to us. And then we sell that shit off to the highest bidder. But it doesn't have to be something that actually will impact our community. Because it seems like we are outnumbered in that regard.
Yeah, that is a way. I think the first step, from what I see in my vantage point, is that if we don't do something about this immigration issue, we're going to be lost. And I will say this, and I know you all were talking about Black businesses and all that kind of stuff. Don't sleep on Tim Scott. And I'm going to tell you why. Is he a reparationist? No. He said in 2019 he's not a reparationist. So set that to the side. Okay? That's not to say that he can't be convinced. That's not to say that he can't do something. Okay? But set it to the side. The reason they're putting Tim Scott out there is not just because he's Black. They're putting Tim Scott out there because he wants to overhaul the immigration system in America. And he has a plan. Okay. So don't sleep on it, because he's one of those kind of people that says, let's get him up out of here. The other thing you shouldn't sleep on with Tim Scott is he works very well with Cory Booker for the Oversight Committee for Small Business Administration. He believes in Black business. So if there's a reason politically for anybody to look at Tim Scott and you're Black and looking at Black issues, those are two things that I say, do not sleep on Tim Scott about. And I'm not I know Senator Scott. I know him personally. Am I a big fan? No. But those two things I can agree with him on. And politically, you have to find a place with politicians where you can agree, because that's how you move the system in your favor. That's how you move the laws and stuff in your favor. And so I just want to throw that out there, because we're at a very critical point in time for Black folks in America. We're at the tipping point. And we're not at the fork in the road anymore. We're at the tipping point. And we can either turn into steam and it all go up in air, or we can cook up some shit.
Get down or lay down.
And so that's where we are. And so we got to remember where we are and where we are politically, because nothing moves in this country if it's not tied to politics. And I'm going to leave it there.
Agreed. Absolutely. I was filling up the Jumbotron and listening to everyone speak. So yeah, I'm in full agreement in terms of the immigration issue. The clip that I played earlier, this was back when Trump was in office, or prior to him coming into office. and the guy said there were 12 million. I guess that's the count of illegals in the country. Essentially saying it would be, how did he put it? Not a genocide, but some sort of ethnic cleansing. Wow, that's actually, ooh, goodness gracious. So yeah, ethnic cleansing, which is basically equal to genocide, to round those people up and kick them out of the country. Now I think the estimates that there are 20 million illegals, and it might be higher than that. I don't think they're going. I don't think they're leaving the country. I don't think they're going anywhere. I don't think they're going to round them up. If you can stop them from coming in, so be it. But I don't even think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case. Joe Biden today, or recently, I just posted it today, but he just opened up healthcare coverage to the Dreamers on their path to citizenship. So the Democrats are full steam ahead with giving these people every possible right as a U.S. citizen, even when they're not necessarily U.S. citizens or whatever their status is. And that's not going to change. That's their platform. They're sticking to it. And they believe that they can replace the black vote with these Hispanic voters. I don't think it's going to necessarily go that way. I think the vote is going to split, but if they get enough on their side, enough to push us out of the way, then things get really, 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 really bad, really, really, really quickly after that. Because once the Republicans know they don't need our vote, because they don't, and the Democrats feel like they no longer need our vote, then yeah, we're cooked. To be quite honest, we're cooked.
We was already cooked anyway, bro. We've been cooked in this country.
Let me just say one thing about the Dreamers. They are a subsect of a major group of Hispanics in this country. Those Dreamers are probably approaching the 40 to 50-year mark of being in this country. Okay? So that's a particular set of people. All of them are not Dreamers. They've been dangling a carrot in front of those Dreamers for decades, saying we're gonna make you citizens. If you do this, we'll make you a citizen. If you get that, we'll make you a citizen. The one thing they're not giving them is citizenship. Okay, and so we have to be aware of how white supremacy moves. They're doing that, Black, to get the vote. That's what they're doing. And Obama really played a number on them. Okay, had everybody sitting in front of the TV, including me, to see what he was going to do about the Dreamers, making a big speech and not saying nothing. They've been kicking the can down the road, and that's why they want Tim Scott to do something in that White House, be it the State Department, be it over there to head one of these agencies or something, and get him out of the Senate, to get him in the White House doing something, because he's the one that they've tapped about that whole immigration issue. And I'm going to tell you something. You remember we was in the Spaces not too long ago, and I said this is the year of the black man. If you notice, every major problem in this country, they have turned to the black man to fix it. Look at as soon as January 6th came, first person they called out was General Honoré. Who's the head of the DOJ? Eric Adams is over here, head New York, the mayor of New York City. All those are very prominent things around the country. I would be willing to bet that they're going to put, they might not put him in the Oval Office, okay, because that's a little too much for him. But they want Tim Scott to do something about that immigration issue. And I'm here to tell you, they need to do something about that immigration issue. They've been kicking the can down the road for years. The whole system needs overhauling. And that's what he's willing to do. And so they may be using him for that, but he can't do it sitting in the Senate. And I think he's still, he's over SBA and stuff. So they can't use him for that there. He's got to move out of that position in order to get that stuff done that they want done on both sides of the aisle. Because the Democrats don't care nothing about those people, just like they don't care about us until it's time to vote. And that's just the name of the game. I'm going to leave it right there.
Okay, all due respect, Sister No Taxation. I don't believe anything that Tim Scott going to do, and then them folks that putting him up there. because this is the same person that's been working on the so-called George Floyd crime bill. So we already know there ain't nothing gonna happen with Tim Scott. All due respect, sister, it's not gonna go down. He's not gonna do a damn thing. He's up there as a flunky, and that's what they're gonna use him for, like they did with this whole George Floyd thing. So I'm sorry, I had to bust your bubble on that one.
But George Floyd thing is black. Immigration affects white folks. George Floyd stuff don't affect white folks. That's the difference.
White folks are the ones bringing the folks in here. They are the ones contributing to this. So I can't go with you on that.
But here's what you got to understand. That is true. But there are people that have been sitting on that hill for years, decades, in the Senate. I'm not talking about the Congress. I'm talking about the Senate, where bills get passed. I'm not talking about the Congress where they get written. I'm talking about the Senate that wants something done about immigration and have been wanting something done about immigration for years, because there's some white folks sitting up there in those seats of power that don't like those people worse than they don't like us. And the difference is that George Floyd stuff is black. They don't care nothing about that. They care about these. I didn't say they loved him so. I didn't say Tim Scott loved us so. Please understand what I'm saying. It's politics. And that's the way the game goes. They're going to use whoever they can use to get the job done that they want. Has nothing to do with Tim Scott per se. It has everything to do with the fact that he's willing to step up and talk about immigration in ways that them other white folks won't do.
And just what you just said, they using that blue gum nigga, excuse my French, but that's what he is. They using that blue gum nigga as another figure to throw out there to make it look like that he care about some issue that black, because they know in these spaces, black Americans have been concerned about immigration. So they're going to throw this blue gum ass nigga out there to try to, coddle us with like he's going to do something about it. And he's not.
But see, here's what you have to understand.
So I'm not falling for none of this stuff.
Here's what you got to understand. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with them white boys sitting in seats of power in the Senate. I'm talking about the Mitch McConnells. I'm talking about the Joe, what's his name? All them white boys there. Even Joe Biden. Okay? What you see on the outside is not what goes on the inside of those doors. That immigration issue, they don't give a shit about what it does to black folks. They only care what it does to white folks and them. That's why they would do something about it. And that's why they would use Tim Scott. And he's there to be used, just like you said.
I tell you what, they keep allowing these immigrants to come in and vote in these state elections, and maybe they'll eventually try to give them the right to vote in national elections. They're going to have so many Hispanics over here voting that neither party is going to be viable, because them fuckers going to get together and build their own goddamn party that's going to rival the Democrats and the Republicans.
And that's what they're afraid of. That's what they're afraid of, Trump. Right. That's what they're trying to stop, which has nothing to do with black folks. They don't care. They don't give a shit about us. They don't care nothing about George Floyd, police killing us out in the streets and murdering us if we murder ourselves. They don't give a shit. They really don't. That's why we fight, because they don't care. And we have to continue to fight. We're not fighting for them to care. We're just trying to get our piece of the economic pie and get justice. That's it. And we gotta focus on that and nothing else. Immigration is a part of that. It just happens to affect us. And I will tell you this: black folks have been responsible black folks have been talking about this since the 1970s. So yes, I'll say put Tim Scott, let him be in charge of immigration and get that shit together, because I don't want it over here either. Now how about that?
Yeah, but you know what? We've been out focused. We've been outnumbered because we're dealing with the influences of a particular community.
Well,
yeah, and the influences on a particular community, and because of that, we denounce
Miss people. What's going on with you? I see you up in the cut tonight.
No, she can't hear
Can
me.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
And so we do.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop you down, Trouble, and bring you back.
So I think that pretty much are in a position where we are in a double-edged position, because then, you know, I saw how everybody went after those two young men in Tennessee because of how they were talking and stuff like that, and because one of them did say, you know, we all need equality, and, you know, and equality for trans. And I was thinking to myself, damn, we can't seem to get focused on anything because we're so we are trying to protect the next generation from the influences of a lot of particular things, whether it's gang culture, you know, young kids being groomed by particular groups of people, or people being, you know, murdered and killed, police brutality. But then we seem to can't get enough bodies to get into office because people will speak a certain way to get votes. And I always think to myself, well, if we're really about this moving in a black majority state, or if not a black majority state, I always say a black majority communities, then how do we do this successfully in making sure that we survive, even if it comes down where we have to move in a black majority state, because you still have to get into a position where you're in office.
YouTube glitching a little bit.
Control some form of legislation to help the influx of resources to be returned back to the communities so people can make moves. And sometimes I think our personal opinions get in the way. And I mean, I'm not excluding in that, but at the same time, it's like you got to focus on something so that way we can make these moves, because we have to make these moves within the next, 2 to 5 years, or we're done. Done.
You're right. We have a small window of time. And they getting ready to, when they put that window down, they're gonna nail it shut so we can't ever get anything again. You are absolutely correct. As far as getting people into office, I've been saying it for years. Please run for something. I don't care if it's dog catcher in your town. You understand what I'm saying? They have got to see us in political offices. Young black kids have to see it, and then white folks have to see it, because we have to be in those rooms. I can't tell you how many times I've been in rooms and been the only black almost all my life. I have integrated schools where there was no blacks but me. And it don't bother me, because I don't mind busting up in anywhere and seeing what the white folks is doing, because that's part of what I believe all black folks should be doing, because you have to keep your eye on your enemy. However, I don't want to be the only one, and that was one of the purposes of me wanting to do this rally. I want people to get adjusted to going to Washington, D.C. I want you to get adjusted to seeing those majestic buildings and going inside of them, because they belong to us, the taxpayers, not just our ancestors built them. Move past that. We pay for those buildings. We pay to keep the lights on. We pay for those people who are sitting in those seats of power. We provide the paychecks for them. And we've got to get used to saying we own it. You know, I wanted to tell Muko, and I'll talk to him later, but Muko and I disagree. I'm not begging for nothing. I'm telling them white folks, I need my economic piece of the pie, and I'm owed that, just like all the other Americans are owed. I pay into the system. I want the system to pay me back. And that's just what that is. And we've got to start thinking that way. We have got to start thinking that we own it, that it's ours. And we paid for it. Every day when we go to work and they take that money out of your checks, they pay. Every time I file, for self business, my business stuff. When I pay taxes, I have to pay. I don't ever get a refund. So I'm not happy when tax time comes, because I have to pay. And I pay taxes. I expect for any one of these senators in my state, be it a state senator or on a federal level, you all need to see about me, because I pay my taxes. It's as simple as that. And we've got to understand that we are taxpayers. We are citizens of the United States of America. And guess what? You need to do what it is you are supposed to do for us, like you do for Miss Ann down the street. And that's the way we have to deal with them. And that's part of why I decided to have this rally. We need to get up close and personal with them. And that's the way I feel about it. I'm going to leave it there. I got to stop preaching and fooling with y'all late at night, make my heart beat fast.
Oh, man.
That means you love us. That means you love us. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Go ahead, Miss T. You got your hand up.
Good evening, everyone. Good to be with y'all this week. Last week I was in Memphis, burying a friend. Hey, babe. Burying a friend. It was unexpected. He was only 61. He heart just gave out. So I'm happy to see we're all here.
Did he get the jabber?
And Miss Jean, I just love you.
The Jabberwocky.
Sometimes you almost make me cry because you have such a passion for our people and you know so much, you've experienced so much, and you're willing to share with us your experiences, and you always encourage us. You tell us all the time that we are the ones that can make the change. And I appreciate you for constantly beating the same rhythm on that drum, even when we're trying to stray away. You got that same beat saying, you cannot forget your purpose. You got to be on point. You have got to do your job. And I appreciate you for that. And thank you so much.
And thank you for that. I just want to say thank you for that, Miss T. You know I love you. I love all y'all. But I want to thank you for that because you didn't have to say it. And so thank you for that.
Oh, you know, dealing with death, it just makes you think about reality. And I definitely want to give people their flowers, their roses, their praise, their honor, my love, my loyalty, and my respect anytime I can. And so again to you, thank you. Thank you for being that constant drum beater. A couple of things have been talked about. I'm going to start with the Asian thing. You all know that on the Asians have gone before Congress, and they are putting us as a hate group that is attacking them. They are going back on the 24th, and they are asking the Department of Justice, not for education and training for us, but for them to put more police where they work and have businesses in Black communities for their protection. So essentially, they are trying to get us arrested. And they admitted that with all of these attacks are not necessarily physical attacks. A lot of them are verbal, is what they seem to have been saying. I did post in the comments the hearing, and you all could listen to that at your own leisure. But I say that this is the time. They're putting a target on our backs. This is the time for us to stop eating their fish, stop eating their Asian foods, stop going and getting our nails done by them, stop funding our oppressors. These people have it in for us. They are cutthroat. So I'm just asking that you, I also posted that in the comments, you kind of share that message around to just stop investing with Asians. They are on our necks, as Black people say, and they are out to get us. I don't know what it is. Y'all already know they're trying to get rid of affirmative action. This is a part of that as well. So please, y'all, just drive by. Don't stop. Don't participate with them, because when they hem your ass up, don't be looking for the grassroots to come pick your ass out when we done told you. Because they did take the fish market from us. I don't know if y'all remember, Black people used to sell all the fish. I don't know if y'all remember that. Every Friday you could go to the fish market and it was totally ran by Black people. Now all of a sudden that has been taken away from us and has been given to them. So let them have it. Let them see if they can put these businesses in white communities and thrive. But let's just stop sending their children off to these big fancy universities while they're sending our babies to jail. And I don't know if any of you got the chance to listen to Donald Trump at the NRA meeting this week. If you didn't, you should. He sounded very presidential. He is the one person, I will say, that is about to hem these illegal immigrants up. He stated that he is going to be using military force at these borders.
Amen to that.
He is going to be rounding them up and getting them out of here.
Let's go.
I did post that link as well. It's like a 52-minute speech. I wouldn't really have a problem in supporting him on just that fact that he's going to help us with these illegal immigrants. My only problem is you have those other Republicans like the Jim Jordans and the what's that, MTG, what's her name? Taylor Green, something like that. And a couple of other, Mitch McConnell. Those are the Republicans that I can't stomach, but he had some good points. He's also going to ask that Congress sends to him a national concealed carry so that you can go from state to state and carry your weapon. Just like you do your license and your marriage license. You shouldn't have to be, I can't have a loaded gun in this state. And I got to keep my gun in my trunk if I travel through this state. He's gonna ask for a national concealed carry on that. He had some good points. He sounds sober. He sounds like he had not been sniffing.
Let's go.
But I do encourage you all to listen to it, and let's keep our options open. And let's hear what Biden has told us. What he told us, he said, you better get with these Hispanics because they're about to run the country. And that's the thing that I don't understand.
Sad,
You're allowing people that you know they have it out. They want America back.
Sad, bro.
You're allowing them in. You're allowing them to run for offices and to get these offices where they can make different rules and laws
for the illegals.
And then you want to give them the opportunity to vote. Now, I know on a federal level, they can't vote, but they can do that for like local cities and municipalities and things like that. But it seems like we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. If you want more babies in America, if you're giving these illegal immigrants $7,000 to $10,000 a month in housing, food, cars, and clothing, stuff like that, why can't you give that to married couples to encourage them to make more babies, so that the mom can stay home? If you gave young couples 25 to 35 years old an extra $10,000 a month,
Ooh,
they could make some babies and they could afford to.
Yeah.
And the mom or the dad, one of the parents could stay home and raise the child. You don't have to let illegal people in. Work with your own people. Increase their financial income in their household where they can feel like, yes, I can have more children. This just doesn't make sense to me. They're just opening us up for a takeover. And one thing Donald Trump said, he said, we have never been in trouble like we're in trouble now. And with that, y'all, I land my plane.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
thank
that's interesting. I'm going to make sure I check out both of those. You know, the thing with Donald Trump, that's great, but I think we all should bear in mind that whatever ideas Donald Trump has, it wasn't because he had Black people in the framing of the idea. For the national conceal and carry, that's not that he didn't have us in mind. He probably wasn't even thinking about us. Or if he was, it was so that the people that look like him, same race as him, could carry and kill us at will without any repercussions behind, having a weapon in the state that doesn't allow. So, my other thought about Donald Trump is we gave him a bite at the apple one time. And if we really evaluate what he did while he was in office, are we really comfortable giving him a second chance, giving him a do-over to now be more successful, like with Jared Kushner and them making these deals with the Saudis and money hand over fist, and still Black people didn't get anything about the Trump's administration.
Say that, Mel. Say that shit, because he was about to sell the United States over to the fucking Russians. So we sitting up here acting like Donald Trump was some golden white knight getting ready to save America. He didn't give a shit.
He didn't give a shit. And now we're talking about giving him another opportunity, and this time to correct all of the mistakes he made, and he won't get out of the office the next time. Or if there won't be an election the next time because he's figured out how to do that. So I don't know. I'm really skeptical about that. I do like what you said though, Ms. T, about the Asian community, and I wish there was a way that we could. Y'all come on in our community, and it will be a ghost town to all of your businesses, no matter what the hell it is. The nail shop, the hair care, the restaurants, all that shit. We're going to walk past your ass. And they would have to actually damn near try to make a law that we have to buy from them. So, but again, that's where we're missing this large platform to be able to communicate these messages and get us all on the same page, or at least, have that large scale discussion. Sean, you had your hand up, so you got it, sweetheart.
Yeah. I want to go back to the Justin, the young man.
Tennessee.
All right. Mr. T mentioned this in another room, where currently in the county Shelby, Tennessee, whatever, it's in this county. They have a commission to study reparations, and they dedicated $5 million to the project. Here's my thing. I was in another one with Tesla. She mentioned the fact that, hey, let's say like the reparation things going on in California. They get done with all the recommendations. What's the next step? Don't they send it to the legislature and they have to run it through, or does Gavin Newsom just decide it? We got reparations. I think the state Congress or something has to pass it, right? Is that correct?
Legislators, yeah, legislators.
The governor.
So the governor can just sign it without any input from the state legislator, and we good?
Yeah, no, the state Senate and state House will vote on it, and then if they pass it, it goes up to the governor to sign.
Bingo. Does the same apply for Tennessee?
That's how the state and the federal government operates, bro.
Right, absolutely.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. And this is what I'm building upon. So this guy, Justin,
Hey, just hold on a second too, though. So before you cook, just know this too. A governor or president can sign certain executive orders without the state or the Senate to get certain things rolling, which Obama could have done for us, but he didn't do anything for us, yo. He didn't do anything. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. And could you get closer to the mic, Sean? Because I could barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just running with the premise that everybody makes a well-to-do about California and reparations things going on here, but we got a golden opportunity here. This young man has been recorded saying that he supports reparations. He's a state rep, right? People play around with this reparations thing. They don't even know what's going to go into it. I think it's a lot of magical thinking going on with reparations. Once they pass that study, right, somebody's going to have to vote it in. Somebody's going to have to lobby his constituents or the other senators and will deal with them for them to pass it, right?
Right.
We don't have that in California, but we do have in Tennessee a young man that was on record saying that he supported reparations. So we should hold his feet to the fire and get on about that. Somebody that's down there on the ground, the grassroots, whatever needs to be done, to let them know this is what's up, this is what's going on, this is in the pipeline. We need you to use all your influence, whatever it takes, whatever you can do. Ask them what we need to do on our end to get them to get past the study to the legislator, and then whatever else steps after that. The beauty of it is California, not shitting on it, they don't even have that. They're a little further in their whatever recommendation, whatever they got going on over here, but we actually have a representative. We didn't put him there, but still, we might be able to brown paper bag this gentleman, or he might be legit. He might be like, man, I'm going to go with this. I don't know. It's a more of a fair shot than us passing the bill or getting the recommendations and then in California, and then they get shut it down because there's nobody there to advocate for us that can actually cast a vote in our favor. You know what I mean? What y'all think about that?
Let me say this. The Shelby County and those gentlemen, they are linked up with Narcan and Cobra. So everything that comes out of them that has quote unquote reparations in it is coming through that lens. And you got to understand that.
But it doesn't have to stay that way, social. I mean, those guys just showed up at that Nashville thing, and they kind of been hanging on his, you know how they do, that Tamika Mallory. They just show up to take pictures. They're all about that frame. But this is the man, I hear what Sean is saying, that we could mold and develop him to do what the grassroots wants to be done. Mm-hmm. We can be louder than Narcan and Cobra.
Yeah, but that would require us to have an awareness, to have an awareness. Yes, and then that would require us to actually get in contact with the people in Tennessee. The reason why I was not hooping and hollering and running down Constance Every is because she's in Tennessee. And if you don't develop networking relationships with the onus of, we know our position, my loyalty has never changed.
However, I'm right here in Tennessee. I'm in Tennessee back and forth. I'm talking about
people. Right, I'm talking about people who are actually got their money paid. They are actually getting ready to run in Tennessee. So you would be somebody that would go and support these people, right? Because you're in Tennessee. But she's already put her money up. So now we need to start developing a network team in Tennessee, right? However, on the same tip, everybody keeps wanting to fight other extra battles that we can deal with that later once we get the foundation going. We need bodies in Mississippi doing the same thing. We need bodies in Delaware doing the same thing, and bodies wherever else that have the Black majority state map going, because again, you can't pick and choose. Narcan and Cobra ain't going nowhere. However, it's us that haven't gone anywhere. Northland Cobra is an organization that's been around since whenever, and they've been dormant until the conversation of reparations started gaining traction. Then here come they asses like dinosaurs out of the blue, wanting to shut people down and try to control the narrative and blah, 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 right? They latched on to Yvette and Tone, and Yvette and Tone didn't get, I guess, what it is that they wanted out of them. So they went off to Never Never Land. But then when Yvette and Antonio disrespected the people in California, got booted off the task force because they almost didn't even make the bill almost didn't get wasn't even going to get passed because that's why Ice Cube got involved. Without that, the shit that was happening on social media, it would have blown up in everybody's face. So all I'm saying is, all the arguments and all this other stuff in these spaces and shit, people are watching us and they're listening to us. It's us that are not active on the ground. That is what I keep saying. You have to get active. You can't just say all this shit and then we not do anything. We haven't made any moves. None. I talked about the appraisal situation. When I tell you the shit is real, it's real. I have to find a trainee. They will not, and majority of the trainers who are appraisers are white. Do you know what I keep running into? Oh, we already got people right now. We can't do it because there's stuff that they put in red tape for us. But because we already got like 20 other things that we have to focus on, it makes it almost an impossible task because it's only a few people doing a few things when it needs to be 10, 20 people doing one particular thing, and then we moving like a force. And that's to me when I hear Black saying, hey, we're going to have to be the savages that some people ain't ready to see.
Well, I think we do have a lot of feet on the ground. I know April Showers, if you all are familiar with her, she has a tremendous presence in Atlanta. And then Juicy Genius, she has the Georgia for Reparations that she is working on. There are other things that are going on in other spaces on like Discord and other apps that are not being talked about on Twitter. Now, I don't know about what's going on in Mississippi, but Memphis, which is where this guy Justin hails from, and he is from the hood. He went to Mitchell High School, which is 100% Black. It is thugged out. They have a very rich group of young people, people maybe 20 to 40 years in age that are working actively on reparations. So I think we may not be privy to everything that's going on because there are even some cities, like somewhere in Texas, they have a freedmen's office, a freedmen's bureau. We got a lot of stuff that's going on. We just probably aren't hearing it all because, again, we don't have a national platform.
The freedmen's office you just mentioned in Texas, do you have any information about that? Who utilizes that office? Who does it benefit?
I can ask Dawn, concerned Black citizen or American. I can ask her who has that office open in Texas. I can get back with you. Was that Trouble?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Hey, baby, I will get you that information.
Hey, real quick,
yeah, that was beware down there. That was beware of trouble. Beware of trouble. Remember that.
Hey, real quick, just in conclusion, what you're saying is
y'all gonna leave Trouble alone.
Mute your mic, Professor, before you get us in trouble.
What you think? Sean, you sound like you in like underwater.
Oh, no, can you hear me now?
You sound like you laying down.
We can hear you, Sean. You
Swimming. Yeah, bro, you been swimming, didn't you?
Good bubble bath.
Let me close this off so I can get off the stage. If you can hear me, thumbs up.
I can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
I want to ask really just a real quick question. In closing, you're saying it would be better served is focusing on more concentrated effort in the two states that the black majority outlined versus kind of trying to tackle this Tennessee thing?
Well, I think we're gonna have to multitask. So, right now, Tennessee has a super majority, right? So I don't even know if we have the numbers. We only have 2 legislators. That's just those 2, because we don't even know what the other legislators and how they would actually vote in regards to whatever is going to move Tennessee. But in regards to black majority state, we don't have to worry about certain particular things other like what's going on wherever you're at. We just need to make moves in getting like real estate, getting active to try and find places and getting people moved and to meet the numbers criteria. And it's only one state right now that was the focus. It was Delaware, but Mississippi is the other one.
Is there any particular cities that's good for us social in Mississippi that's safe for us?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. So when I recommend for Mississippi is to be in the northern part of the state, which is in the Memphis metropolitan area for job access, so that you could live in Mississippi and work in Tennessee. Because there are, Judge Joe Brown talks about all of these opportunities. They're building, he believes, multiple car manufacturing infrastructure, as well as possible electronic or electric battery infrastructure for cars. So, based on what he's outlining, which I don't see why it's not going to happen, it would be good to be in the state of Mississippi. You can work in Tennessee, you can vote in, live in Mississippi, and you would have access to that major metropolitan area. Anywhere else in the state, you'd have to obviously do some research on it, but I think that that's a really good area to live in Mississippi. I wanted to address the Shelby County NARC connection. When that Shelby County story first came out, I'm looking at a post that I did about it. It was back in February, towards the end of February. And in that initial article, they said the resolution uses the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America's definition of reparations, which is NCOBRA. So they're in bed with NCOBRA. That Shelby County reparations platform is based off of NCOBRA's definition of reparations. So these people didn't just show up because of these 2 Justins. They're already in bed with the people. And what I would ask is, when we say displacing a particular group, when has that happened in the country in one of these reparations movements where whatever ADOS, NCOBRA, whatever other group is connected to the people, they've built the relationships, they're moving policy forward. Has there been a time? I know Ms. Rella just outlined what happened in California, but that sounded like it was problematic and they had to make a move in order to even get the legislation to go through. Has there been any other situations where people have been able to go in and displace NCOBRA and actually get the legislation, moving forward?
I don't think so. I think when it first worked out, when John Conyers first introduced, from what I watched on C-SPAN, it was only a group that he was getting everyone together. And NCOBRA wasn't the only group that was on this board that he had put together. And from what I found, they weren't even talking about infrastructure at first. They were only talking about, so at least that I know of, I should say that. I only saw them discussing the legislation piece. The person who brought together the framework for infrastructure was Dr. Claude Anderson. And then there was another woman that was sitting next to him. I can't remember her name. She was talking about the same thing. And you never see Narcan and Cobra move forward with implementing infrastructure in a discussion on how to be able to get reparations legislation started in any of the states. As far as me,
Brother, your phone doing a robot.
No,
your
really
phone
bad.
doing a robot.
Really bad, really bad, really bad.
Nope.
Transformers, robots in the sky.
I'm in there. I'm back up.
Okay, RDD 2222.
Hey, let me also mention about Mississippi. So there are two major interstate projects that are going through Mississippi, Alabama, a few other states. It's essentially going to connect, I think it's the middle of Texas with the East Coast. So there's a highway going west to east or east to west, depending on how you look at it. And then there's a north to south highway that's going to connect Canada with Mississippi. And likely all the way down into the Mexican border. So it's going to touch Mississippi and then go down into Texas and touch the Mexican border. So those will be also places to look at in terms of where these highways are going to be and what communities they're going to have exit ramps to connect to, and what the makeup of the communities are. The thing about Mississippi, as well as Delaware or any other state for that matter, is we've got to move into counties where we have 30%, 40%, so that we can get to 60% in the counties. Because in order to take over the state, you have to take over a multitude of the counties, because ultimately what ends up happening is you want to not just get the governor in position, you want to get the legislators in position as well. And so you got to have the districts, you got to have a majority of the districts so that you can actually push legislation through without going through, opposition. Delaware is a small state. It's only 3 counties. So if you get 2 counties, you have the majority of the state, the majority of the districts. You should have no problem getting legislation through. Every other state, Mississippi has like 82 counties, I believe. So you're going to probably have to have 50 plus counties in order to have the state legislators that you need to get legislation passed. There are a lot of majority counties already in Mississippi, black majority counties in Mississippi, but they're treated just like Jackson, Mississippi is. They are marginalized and subjugated, and they've been that way, and they will be that way until we establish a black majority in that state. So if we're thinking about moving to these places, it's nice to think about, where can I work? Where can I have a good job? And I know, and I understand that because everybody talks about that. But there's also the element of, we have to move for political purposes over financial purposes. A lot of people say it's cheaper in the South. Some places it is, some places it isn't. You've kind of got to do your homework, your budget, understand what the cost of living is to the city or county that you're moving to, and just develop, how much do I need to actually live here? How much do I need to cover all my expenses? And so that's like really an individual decision. Someone is on YouTube saying we should have a convention in Delaware every year. And in the earlier space before it got collapsed, someone also put in the chat box the same basic suggestion. And I said, yeah, it would be nice to have one in Delaware and then one in Mississippi, and sort of every other year until we got to the population that we needed. In Delaware, for me, I don't think it's going to take that much of an effort, because it's very, very close. It's very small. You only need 300,000 people. That's not a lot of people. And I don't want to do billboards. I would do radio, because radio is very effective. People engage in radio just like we engage on Spaces. It's basically a radio program here. And then I would do face-to-face, even if you had to knock on doors, because that's how you're actually going to convince people. They look you in your eyes, they believe what you're saying, and then you stay in contact with the people. You know, advertising at them, I don't think that's really going to move people, to be quite honest. And people have to be willing to make this major change. So I'll end with that.
Yeah, Black, I agree with you about the radio. That's really an excellent idea, because you can control the message enough to direct people where to go. I think that's way better than billboard. And that's not to bash the suggestion from the other guy. And then I do also like that idea about conventions. So that's pretty interesting as well. Looks like second pieces. You had your hand up, so you can go if you want to.
Hey, everyone. Thank you. I was going to ask, I wanted to ask the Black American homeland about the militaristic and intelligence strategy, you know, that would be, I would think, in tandem with developing ourselves economically as Native Black Americans. So I don't know if he's touched on that before in some of the spaces, but I just wanted to ask. And I also wanted to give Varela a suggestion, if she hasn't already been to this website about appraisals regarding Black-owned homes, blackhomesmatter.org. They're an advocacy group in Prince George's County, Maryland. So I just thought that might be a good resource for her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. If you have a post of it, could you drop the post down in the chat box so that, you know, it'll stay with the with this particular space. And then I don't see Black American Homeland in here, but we have talked about that. We talk about it often. As a matter of fact, I was in a space maybe a week or so ago, and just thinking randomly about state militias. We talking about that. He talks about state defense forces in his book, and I'll put his book down in the chat. So if you get an opportunity to help purchase his book, he's got a lot of information in there. But I just randomly said, you know, it's likely that states are allowed to build their own navies, because I feel like we should be able to build all different branches of military service. And lo and behold, after that space, I did a search, and there are 5 states. Most of them are coastal, but Ohio, I guess because they got the Great Lakes, they actually have a state-based naval militia. So you can have an Air Force, a Navy, a Marines, and an Army that's all under the command of the governor within that state. The only thing is you have to be able to financially support such an operation, or it could be all volunteer, but certainly in order to maintain the equipment and everything that's needed, you're going to have some sort of financial backing to it. And the federal government would not fund that simply because they're not going to control it, right? And so often when people think about security, I say, for instance, number one, we'll have a citizens army because we will be trained with firearm safety in high school. Many states do that, believe it or not. So you'll have high school training of firearm safety. And then you'll have, and what I believe we need to have is a civilian service, which doesn't have to be military, but definitely needs to be a year. There are countries that do that. At 18, you do a year of service to the people, to the citizens of that country. I think it should be something that we develop on a state basis. And the only thing that would get you out of it is if you go to some institution of higher learning. That would eliminate people who are 18 and have nothing to do but hang out in the streets. It would give them a purpose and give them skills that they could translate into an actual career at some point in their future life. But also you'd have control over the police, and you'd have control over a state-based militia. That would be the minimum level of security that every Black state could have, because again, most of these states already have some level of a state militia that's not the National Guard, it's not Army Reservists. It's a separate unit that is under the command of the governor of the state. So yeah.
You know, I got a question for Second Pieces. She still there?
Yeah, she's here, Professor.
Oh, okay.
I just inboxed you too, Second Piece. Oh, thank you.
Second Pieces, are you related to Reese's Pieces?
Yeah.
Very good question right there.
You know what, Professor? What is going on with you tonight?
Trouble, get the belt, Trouble. Get the belt. We don't want this nigga. No.
What is going on with you tonight? Is it time? Is it that time for you to, take care of business?
Oh my God, that is insane.
I'm sorry, Second Piece. I'm sorry. Anyway.
No problem.
What was funny, Rella, was when Professor was using the N-word, he said, yeah. He used the N-word. He goes, yeah, there you go. That's for you, Rella.
Oh God.
I thought seen that white hand come up and was about to ask her if she white or something because she keeps throwing that white hand up there.
How do I change the color? How do I change the color? I don't know how to change the color.
You hold it down. Click it. Hold
you gotta
it down.
hold it down, and then it'll change. It'll show the multiple colors that you can change it to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
But just kind of press down a little bit, and then it'll show you the Reese's Pieces color that you can change it to.
Oh, that's crazy.
I did have one more question, if that's okay. I also wanted to ask Professor. You said you live in Alabama. Are you in the Black Belt region of Alabama?
I am about 2 hours from the Black Belt region.
Okay, because I understand there's a large influx of Hispanics coming into that traditionally Native Black American area. So I wanted to ask what you've seen and what's been, discussed, because that kind of frightens me. Because there's, very rich soil there, and so thanks.
It looks like right now,
answer that question.
It's not a real concern to anybody here, but I have noticed a lot of white people here seem to take very kindly to the Hispanics. I don't see where they are showing any hate towards these Hispanics that are here, because I'm telling y'all, if you go to most of these Mexican restaurants that's in town, you will see white people just all up in there supporting these Mexican businesses, right?
They don't do that, bro. That's what they do.
So you don't see that heat, that the way they show heat towards us, it's not shown the same way to the Hispanics.
No, they're symbiotic relationships.
And of course, you're gonna have some caucasoids that don't like the people, because there's some caucasoids that just don't want any other groups here, period. But the group that gets the most heat in this country is just going to be us. It's going to really be our group that's going to face the most heat of any group, because we are the one group that was not, I should say, we the one group that did not come over here freely, as other groups have come over here freely to do whatever they want to do. We were the group that was brought in here specifically for one thing. We was brought into this country to make white people money. And that was through slavery, bondage, slavery. Whatever it may be, we was brought into this country to make them money. Okay? That was not the same case for other groups. So this is why our group, I want everybody to understand, this is why our group faces the most heat of all groups. Because for one, we are a different group anyway. I mean, we're creative, talented, lovely, dark melanated people, and we don't crack. You know what I mean? We don't look old at the age of 30. by the way. That's us. We don't look old at the age of 30. We still look young and beautiful at the age of 30. Hell, we look young and beautiful at the age of 50. You know, look at that picture of Sister No Taxation up there. See? She looks very young and beautiful. And she's one of our sister elderly people. But she looks very young and beautiful. And see, most white people right now, shit, at 40, they damn near look dead. I mean, you know, just tell it like that, they look dead. They jealous of our black ass. Excuse my French. Black majority. Sorry about that.
But I mean, are they? Because what I'm concerned about, and I know Marcel Dixon has talked about this in his state of South Carolina, how they're just coming in buying up just whole tracts of land. So I'm just concerned about that for the Black Belt of that region of Alabama.
But look, when I have taken trips down there, I haven't seen them buying up land down there. Now I'm gonna tell you what they doing. They renting a lot of land. They renting, well, not land, but they renting, like houses or trailers. You know what I'm saying? They doing a lot of that. Same thing up here where I'm at, where I live at, because I'm 2 hours away from there.
Professor, I'm gonna send you this YouTube channel where this guy did a story talking about how in a lot of the Black Belt area, they're going to the auctions. So like the state or the city or the county, I think the county is auctioning off properties. And a lot of people don't know it. You can go to the county, and during these auctions, if nobody comes to claim these properties, you can go ahead and bid to buy the properties. And sometimes they're actually selling properties of people who are still families who still own their land, but they don't know that there is a list of properties that the county has that they're auctioning off. And sometimes if you got people that's on the county board or in the county working, they have access to this knowledge, and they letting their friends know, and they coming in there and buying this land. I watched this, and I think that's what, if I'm correct, second piece, let me know if I'm not. But that might be what her concern is, because they are buying land, you just not seeing it. And then they'll sit on the land until it's time to go and cultivate it. So if enough of us move into one specific area, we have to make sure there's no one that owns or has ownership of the land. That's another
yeah, that is true. Because they do hold those auctions down there, and they hold the auctions, of course, anywhere across the state.
Damn, that's
so they are probably coming in here and buying up some land. I'm sure they are. But it's not a lot of them here yet, per se, like they are in California. Now, in California, they have taken over, of course. In Texas and those places out there.
That's crazy.
But second piece is
they turn the lights off on me.
I am somewhat concerned because they are starting to come into here, because I think this will be like this part of the country or this region. They will start trying to come in here by influx, with they, trying to pull their families all over into here. This is why I've been trying to say that, and like Black Majority been saying, and WPI and everybody else, is we trying to get all our people to come into these areas so we can gatekeep. See what I'm saying? We can keep these people out of here. We don't want all these folks coming up in here, because then we're going to be in trouble if so many of them move here. No offense, trouble, because we know you trouble. But we don't want all these people coming up in here,
And do it while the cost of living is low, because that's why a lot of people from up north and stuff move down south, because the cost of living is a whole lot cheaper than it is up there. And that's why a lot of Hispanics are starting to come more and more to the south as well, because it's cheaper here. And because of the landscape of the land here in the south, where there is a lot of work that a lot of them are used to doing. You know what I'm saying? Even when they used to come here just for that seasonal work, there's a lot of that work that's still here in the South that needs to be done. So that allows them to do jobs like of those natures and live, cheap.
Trouble just said it right there. They'll come here because the South has the great climate for them to be able to do what they want to do because they like landscaping. We know they big into landscaping. This is why we got to get our people here so we can gatekeep these people out of here, and that way we can dominate this here. See, there's a lot of our people already here. We just need all them Black Americans that's sitting out there in those isolated areas like California and some of these other areas, and come this way. And this way we can also protect our people, and we can protect everything else that we need to do, and we can build up our capital, we can build up our state power, we can just build up so much stuff if we had all of our people here. And but we still have so many people that want to argue about this type of stuff. We the only group that seems to don't want to do the collective thing. Now, I don't understand it. And I guess maybe this got something to do with this whole integration thing that's hurt our mentality. I want to hear what do y'all think about that. But yes, second pieces, I am concerned about it, but I think we still got some time if we can get our people on into this area to stop all of that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm banking on. I'm banking on us being able to pull Black Americans on into here to gatekeep this area, and we can keep them from taking over the land, all of the land. You understand where I'm coming from?
Oh no, definitely. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, also to that point about in the South and potentially that the Mexicans may be moving in. So there are projections, and I put this in a Jumbotron because this does come up often. The 8 states that are on the map that we put out, the Black State of America map, there are currently 2.5 million Hispanics across all 8 states. There are 11,600,000 Black Americans across all 8 states. That's a difference of about 9 million in those particular states. And that's Delaware, Mississippi, Louisiana, South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Maryland, and Georgia. I believe Georgia might be the state that has some of the higher populations at this point. So currently, while they may be moving in numbers where you start seeing them popping up in certain places, they're likely to be moving in around larger metropolitan areas. When I lived in Raleigh, and that was over 20 years ago, 25 years ago, they had the same issue where it was a bunch of so many Mexicans moving in. They had to put these trailers outside of the schools in order to have classes with these Mexican students. I don't know what Raleigh looks like today. I'm sure it's like completely different than it was then, but it was growing so fast. They were building so fast, and I'm pretty sure the Mexicans played a part in that. Even the construction of that loop. This was before they had their outer loop, and North Carolina has a significant Mexican or Hispanic or whatever Latin population. The states that we have, it's relatively low in comparison to our population, and it will stay that way if we move in and we take control and we use E-Verify. We force the corporations to make sure that they are hiring legal residents or people who are legally allowed to work in the country, and we find the ones who don't, even if that means they leave the state because they don't need to be in the state if they're attracting illegals to the state. But if we don't do anything, even if we don't do anything, I say we don't do anything, we kind of get what we ask for. But the projections that are on these particular posts that I put out, I think they go out to like 2060 or something. They do not project a really high Hispanic population in any of the states that are on our map. Delaware, they do, but it's a small state with a very low population. So if there's a 500,000 of them, it looks like it's a big number. But it's still, even if there was a 500,000 of them, we just have to have 600,000 of us there, or 700,000 of us there. So it's a very unique situation. All the rest, it doesn't appear as though it's going to turn into Texas or California or New Mexico at this point. The quicker we move, the better. Miss T.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak again. Rella, if you can send me that link that's talking about the land for sale. Is it by county or what did you look at to find that information?
Bro. I gotta take a thirst break.
I was just surfing YouTube looking for like videos that were talking about buying land in different counties.
Okay, because what I wanted to say, Professor, is if you start to notice them, it's too late. They've already snatched up all the land. I remember when there were busloads of Asians coming into the Atlanta area, and they would get off the bus at certain areas in the city, and these would be the blighted areas. I would say this was maybe 10 years ago. And that's all it would be, just buses and buses of people coming into the area. And what they were coming into the area to do was to actually buy up all of this land. Not just in the Atlanta area, but I later found out they bought up land all over the state of Georgia, right under the governor's nose. They have so much land here. So if you notice them, it's too late. So shit, I might buy up some land just to stop them from hell taking up everything, and just as long as I keep the grass maintained. Or buy some land with some trees on it and put some solar panels, or buy some land that has water running through it or something, just to stop them from just taking up everything. I'm sick and tired of their asses now.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all something, and I'm just gonna have to just say it like this. When you start seeing a lot of cockroaches, right? You know, you see a lot of cockroaches outside your house, or maybe you might even see them in your house, right? What do? You got to go get something to stop the shit. Well, you might have to put down some hot shot for these little cucarachas, right? So that's what's going to have to happen. The Black Americans that I've been talking about, they need to come on into there, like Black Majority just saying about those numbers. They need to come on in a hurry.
I think they just have a fear of, and some of them probably have never ever lived in the South, but they've heard so many horror stories.
Yeah, I
and they just have a fear. Huh?
I think most of us come from the South, though. See, our family, all Black people families come from the South. Remember, because we all were enslaved in the South, so everybody comes from the South. So therefore,
but some were just born up north, right? And they may have heard stories from their moms and their grandparents of why they fled from the South to go up north. And they just have a fear. It's just the stories that they hear. And that may be why, but we still can tell them the value in land ownership. You don't have to live on the land, but own the land. You don't have to necessarily move here, but black. You do need to make this your official home if you want to vote here. Is that correct? You can't vote in two different states, right?
You have to be in that state that you have land in, that you have to be in that state. Yeah.
Okay. But you can still own the land, because land it's a great investment.
It is a great investment, and yes, I do understand the fear, but we need to do this for our people, because see, it's like Sister No Taxation has said, everybody has said in this space, we the only group that has not put on the collective, what is it, the collective think tank. Every group is doing the collective thinking, while we still doing the individual thinking. We all still thinking in terms of, I just want to buy my own stuff. I just want to get my own thing. I just want to do my own thing. You know, and it's not helping us now. We're losing. See, and we've been losing for years. See, my mom spoke about this, y'all. My mom died in 2001, but my mom was talking about this in the 90s. She said that Black Americans don't understand they being fooled. And she was right.
She's right. She's right as a fucking rain.
We've been fooled for so long, but we fell for it, y'all. We fell for it because we was getting cars, we were getting these houses, we were starting to move up in the job market. You know, we was getting some things, right? But it was all a ploy to kind of throw you off. In other words, there was Black Americans that were moving up.
Moving on
but
up
still, the majority
to the east side
of our family is being left behind.
Man, crazy.
See, that's what y'all got to understand. The numbers still show that the wealth population amongst us is very low. I think we are at, I'm trying to remember, I think white people are at 90%, and we're like, what, 10%, 9%, 9.9%? White people way up there. I mean, it has grown so much, y'all, over the years, and particularly what has really helped the white people to even get more is this COVID-19. Since 2020, white people have gained even more over us. Like, how does that happen?
Farley.
How does that happen, y'all? COVID-19. Barack Obama. But Barack Obama wasn't the president, though.
Quantitative easing, look it up, bro. When the recession hits, it made white folks over $100 trillion, bro.
Crazy.
I got you. Okay. I'm just telling y'all, this is crazy. These folks have gained much more over us, and we still losing. And then other groups are coming into the country, and they have gained so much more. They get more over us. It's so hard to even look at these numbers. It's so hard to look at all the stuff that's happening to our people. It's so depressing, y'all. This is why I have to find ways to kind of smile and joke about some things. Because you want to try to keep the Black family laughing, because we deal with so much shit daily in America. And so I just think we got to do this. We got to do it in a hurry, though. But I know one of the sisters came up in here earlier and said that she said that money is an issue for some people because they might not be able to make the move. So I was trying to think, what's a way we can try to help some of the Black American family that's all over the country to move back this way. I was thinking about the GoFundMe thing, but can the GoFundMe really help them to move back this way? Or do we need to come up with something else?
Well, we need to establish jobs for them to come to first.
True.
Yeah, it's no sense in bringing them here and they can't provide for themselves. If we know that there are corporations that are hiring in mass, like I'm just going to use Tennessee, for example, because we know about the Ford plant coming there. We know that's going to be about 3,000-4,000 jobs. If we know in one of these states, these Black majority states, that we can take over, that there's some type of huge plant that's coming, where we can actively go out and
a defeatist attitude.
Corporations to put a headquarters or locate in that state.
And you're never going to get
will
anywhere.
Help. People can move if they know
You're
they
never
are
going to get
moving
anywhere waiting for white corporations to build jobs
it's
for you to
hard
come
to
to a
leave
state.
your income
It's just not
in
going to
one
happen.
state.
Doesn't make sense.
To just relocate to another state and not know how you're going to provide for yourself.
God, this is so okay. Fred Farley, looks like you finally got a chance to speak. Man, you've been trying to get to speak since the last space. Do you have something that you want to add to the conversation? Fred Farley. Looks like you're up here.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, see, I don't think I'd have a problem with when you talk about having a black majority state.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what's even more important is that no matter where we're at, we have the same agenda. We're on the same code. Because here's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a look at, let's say, any state in the country, we can come up with policies for 8 specific states if we just happen to be the majority there. But the problem is that we got to all move as a unit. So let's say, for instance, we all agree upon a policy like, for instance, no vote, no reparations on the table for Black Americans. There's other groups that have been benefiting off of our backs that are not really even, that just fabricate the word minority and throw themselves in there. You have things like transgender. There's no such thing as transgender. You can't change your gender. You have this, vague term Hispanic. So I believe, like, if we all we have to, if we get on code first, like, all have the same agenda, that'll force, and if we don't allow other people to throw themselves in a bag of something that is owed specifically to us, what can happen is that we can make the whole country capitulate to what we need, because today you have even whites that are not getting along with other whites. We've always been the minority. We've always been at the bottom. We don't really see a difference between Democrat and Republican, and that's actually a good thing. But everybody else can feel it. So now when we don't agree with a policy, something like abortion, for instance, not that abortion is important to Black Americans, but when they can hide their agenda behind our faces, that lends power for other groups to get what they want. So I would say, if we just, like I said, we all get the same agenda, first and foremost, nothing moves until we get what we're owed. Mute.
Agreed. Let me, I tried to break it down earlier. Okay, so we have the map and there's 8 states on it. And again, sometimes that is just too much information, TMI. And so I really would hope that people can say, I'm interested in moving to a southern state that's on the map, pick the state that they're choosing, and then start looking at what's locally available in the city that you want to move to. Try to make it as small as possible for yourself, your family, so that because if we're thinking about 8 states and we're thinking about, there's already, what did I say, 11.5 million of us down there, and we're thinking about adding another 6 million, and now we gotta have 18 million people all doing the same thing at the same time. That's never really going to happen. And if we keep putting obstacles in our path, we're never going to actually do anything, because there's always going to be a reason why we can't do it. Jobs are everywhere because people are everywhere in the country, and people commute. People have especially in these larger cities, you might have an hour commute depending on the time of day. People in the country drive an hour to work. I just was delivering gas in a small town that's about an hour outside of the city, and the cashier told me that they work at the airport, which is definitely an hour away from there, and they are doing both jobs. They're working at the airport, and then they're working at this gas station. So we've got to stop creating excuses and or obstacles and or reasons why we can't do the thing that we really need to start doing at some point. If you need to develop income, we have the internet, we have Indeed.com, we have Google Maps. We can find jobs before we move to a location. Some people, if you work for a national company, they might have a location in one of the states that are on the map. That if you choose to go to that state and you already work for this national corporation, you could simply put in for a transfer. There are feasible ways for us to make this happen for the people that can. Some people can't simply because they have health issues. They don't have the finances, period, point blank. And that's understandable. But for those of us who do, and those of us who really do want to make it happen, we got to get past the reasons why it can't happen. We got to get past the obstacles. We got to be solution-oriented minded people so that we're just focusing on the solutions and not the problems or the obstacles or the reasons why this can't happen. Because again, everything it takes one person. It literally takes one person making the move and telling another person, and then that person tells a person, and then that person makes the move, and then another person tells another person, and before you know it, a state that is the size of Delaware has the amount of people needed. You've gone through a couple of election cycles because there's elections every 2 years, and sometimes there's off-season elections as well. And within a couple of election cycles, you've actually elected people who are Black majority state migration reparationists, and they're on code, and they have a Black agenda, and you're just moving up the political ladder in order to take over that particular state. If all we ultimately do is create obstacles in our own mind and depend on white corporations to build manufacturing in potential Black majority states that ultimately we won't even get hired for. Let's be very honest. Ford is likely not to hire 3,000 Black workers at their plant in Memphis, Tennessee. Let's just be honest about that. So we can't depend on white corporations to develop jobs for us. We have to figure it out. We have to figure it out. And sometimes that means, yeah, you might have an hour commute to get to a job that you were able to secure that helped you make the move so that you can start voting. And you can start reaching out and talking to people and helping more people come because you believe in Black Americans having political authority and protection in this country, because it's the most important thing. It's the thing that we've lacked. It's the reason why we have to go and ask others to do things for us. While it would be nice to have, reparationists on every legislator in the country where we live in large numbers, because we also got to be serious about that. We're not going to have elected officials in every part of the country. We don't live in every part of the country. We live really, to be quite honest, there's 10 major cities where we live. You could probably stretch that out to 20. And then we have a handful of states in the southeastern U.S. where the majority of our population is already centered. So we kind of got to focus on what we already know and what we already have. And while, again, it would be nice to have reparationists in the California legislature that can vote the reparations package through. I know that was said in a space. Sean talked about it. I was in that space. But here's the reality of that. I don't know how many legislators California has. It's a huge state. It's one of the largest populated states. They likely have a large number of legislators in that state. Are we going to have a majority of legislators in that state? It's very unlikely that will ever happen in the state of California. I'm going to say it's nearly next to impossible for us to have a majority of legislators in the state of California. So while that space was very educational, it really doesn't match up with reality, because having one or two reparationists at the California legislature does not ultimately equate to reparations passing, because 2 legislators, or even 10 against 400, I don't know what the number is, I'm just guessing, does not effectively create a condition where you're going to force legislation through a hostile environment like that. Can you advocate on the inside? Maybe, possibly, but we've been doing that for 60 years across the whole country, everywhere that we live. And this is the result of that. Our current state and our future state is the result of us being elected in all these positions all around the country, DC and everywhere else, and having very small representation where everybody else essentially is against us. So we can keep doing that and banging our head against the wall and wondering why we're not getting anywhere. And then, you know, our kids will grow up, or great grandkids will grow up, and they'll try to do the same thing in 50 more years. And then they'll have great grandkids, and we're going to do it. We'll figure it out. We can keep going through that cycle, or we can actually do something that has a very high probability of changing things comprehensively, permanently. We just have to maintain the majority in order to maintain the authority. Battle, you're up.
Okay, thanks to everybody in the room, to the co-host and everything. I'm going to say this because the answer is right in front of us, and we're missing it day by day. I'm going to say we have 12 days. 12. Put that on your calendar. 12 days.
12 days.
The answer is we're not a collective. We're not a group of people. If you just use critical thinking, the reason why the Asians were able to get that Asian hate crime bill, because they came together and identified themselves as a people.
As a collective.
Boom. There we go. There you go. Hispanics. The reason why white Americans' numbers have declined was because the Asian community got together and said, we need to delineate and classify our people. So those that were white Cubans, white Dominicans, whatever, they got together. They went to the OMB and they classified themselves. So now those numbers that were under white have moved out and put themselves under their own classification as a people. That's why their numbers have increased.
Interesting.
That's why white America's numbers decreased.
Interesting.
Now, going back again, 12 days.
Interesting.
If we've been putting the cart before the horse. As far as reparations, this is why reparations hasn't worked, because we as a people haven't classified ourselves as such. If we classify ourselves as a group of people, then the OMB will say, oh, well, these folks need reparations. These folks need resources. Now we can move as a people, as a group, as one, and get resources for our folks. Once that is done, then yes, we can then say to Congress, we as a people deserve reparations, because this is what we're calling ourselves. This is what you've identified ourselves in the past. See, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and all of them, old niggas, excuse my language, knew this. And they did not advise us that we needed to
classify ourselves. The OMB and the government has been doing it for us. So 12 days, once we call the OMB or fill out whatever paperwork to say, I am a Black American descendant of slaves or Negro, whatever you want to classify yourself as, then they will see, oh, wait a minute. Now these people want to delineate from Haitians, Jamaicans, so-and-so, 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 so-and-so. These are a group of people that have been left out. When you go in to fill out a job application or whatever, now there's a space for us as a people. Now jobs will be created or be given or will be acknowledged as that group. Other than that, we're mixed in with a whole bunch of other folks until we separate ourselves as a group. And this is what we want to be called. Now we can fight for the resources because now we're a class of people. We've been putting the cart before the horse. Once we fix that, then it'll be easier for the next generation, the generation after that, the generations after that. They don't have to come back and recreate the wheel because we've done it. If you think I'm lying, go and look at the OMB website. Go and pull the paperwork that has been put out there and look at how they've classified themselves. They've separated from other groups. And I land right there. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that was a strong reminder that the OMB was extended to the 27th, I believe. And so I'm pretty sure that's what the 12 days is about. If you have not,
that's correct.
If you have not,
I just wanted to correct one thing. We can't say that reparations hasn't worked because reparations actually has never reached a full life cycle. Of actually being implemented. It was only an introduction of legislation that was brought before Congress by John Conyers prior to his passing. And so I want us to keep that in mind. But I definitely agree with what you're saying in regards to we deserve to be identified as all the classifications, and they do belong to the United States as our country has denoted over eons of centuries, over decades of time, giving our ancestors different names under classification. Negro was one, of course, that our ancestors did agree to. However, there's many classifications, and we should own all of them. No one should be able to have any of them outside of the American descendants. But I want us to not invoke fear, but invoke a level of urgency that we have to move simultaneously, not just in one instance. So as the OMB work is being done, there could be the work of, again, the majority Black state happening, as well as us getting into position and having to put up office commissions of reparations wherever we are moving to, without worrying about whether or not the president does what he need, or him or whoever is in office decides to sign a bill. Because as we've seen in the past few years, neither presidents have been willing to actually hit the gavel and restore and repair our people. So I guess this is the point where we go in and we take it by force, by moving in a centrifugal force in different areas. And the OMB definitely is the one step that's working now. California is doing their thing. New York is doing their thing. Rhode Island that was a shit show. But we have to be active in these spaces where discussion of legislation is happening, not necessarily arguing about what you don't hear, what you don't see. Will you be the voice of what you didn't hear? If you didn't hear something, you didn't see something, you figure out how to get a group of people surrounding you and you be the movement. And then let us know how we need to act accordingly and put some time into backing you up, because we're going to have to move simultaneously. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, Jumbotron top left hand side, y'all. Jumbotron top left hand side. Go ahead, Frank.
The other fella had it.
Well, go ahead, Battle.
Battle had his hand up first.
No, it's okay. He dropped down, but he back up here. But whoever want to speak, go ahead.
Whoever was before me, I had to drop down because I got a call and it knocked my audio off. So,
go ahead, Battle.
Oh, okay. All I'm just when I questioned basically why didn't reparations work, because all the other classes of people have gotten or is getting quote unquote reparations. And the reason why they are is because, again, they're a class of people. They've identified themselves. They came together as a collective first, and that was the foundation. Because I sat back and I was like, wait a minute, why didn't this work then? It was talked about before I was born. And I was puzzled by that. So when I found the key, it's like, oh, wait a minute. What is this R&B thing about? And so for those that even had questions about, there was a word, etc. What does that mean? There's information out there that hasn't been afforded to us, because if your children's children want to title themselves Black American X, Y, and Z, that term, etc., allows them to do that, where the whole wheel doesn't have to be reinvented. That is the piece that has been missing for us to get resources, not just reparations, but just resources in general for people. There were more people, immigrants, that had come in. We didn't have to worry about that back then, because basically it was black and white. So now that more people have come into the United States and want to hijack our different things that we have done in history and everything, is because they know also they haven't classified themselves. We haven't classified ourselves, so that once this is done, everything else will be a lot, in my opinion, will be a lot easier for not just our generation, but our future's generation to come.
Interesting.
Look at the Indians. They have over 500 some odd classifications under their one umbrella. Hispanics have so many different classifications under their umbrella. We do too, but we're not being identified under our umbrella because the paperwork hasn't been done. And just let that marinate for a minute. Just go and look. When you go and look at the different job applications, when you go and look at the census and everything, look at how many people are trying to portray as Black Americans. We need to, weed those folks out. Put up the gate so that now, once they try to do that, it doesn't hurt our numbers. It helps our numbers. Instead of being reactive, let's be proactive.
Can I ask a quick question? In your personal view, what official names should we call ourselves? Those who are the Black descendants of chattel slaves.
All of them.
There's so many. Like, for instance, on my birth certificate, I'm listed as Black, so I'm a Black American. When I go and look at my ancestors, when I go back 3 or 4 generations, they were foundational. And it seems like folks had a problem when we started saying foundational. That really said something.
Well, it doesn't say foundational on their birth certificate.
On the birth
though.
certificate,
It would say something else, right? It would be like colored or Negro.
That's right. But that's where that etc. box goes. If they want to consider themselves foundational, there's that etc. box that will allow them to do that. And now there's what I think is 10 or more. If there's 10 or more of us that say we're foundational, then guess what? That's what's going to go on under that umbrella, so that it can't be hijacked, like someone was just saying.
So I think CAP had put out, and shout out to Capital Accountability. So they did put out, and I think everyone should be flooding the OMB. I don't care what your stance is and what you're deciding to actually flood the OMB about. So that they actually get a chance to add additional categories. That's what the AA. Right, because that's what the AAPI community did. They created an AAPI category, and then under that category, they put all the classifications of all the Asian groups under that category. Yes. Even Samoans, Tongans, and Polynesians were added to that category when they are different. They're actually a different islander off of our coast. So it's crazy. When you actually see these things unfolding, but I don't really think you can. If you wanted to, second piece, you wanted to, and I think that was you that answered the question. If you wanted to change up one day and you say, "Oh well, today I'm Negro, and tomorrow I'm African American, and then tomorrow I'm ADOS, and tomorrow I'm Freedman, and then tomorrow I'm FBA." If that is what you wanted to go. Right, you're talking about the same people because you're actually speaking about here in the United States, in the umbrella of being a Black American, I believe, would actually give us our position. We need the additional categories because no other group is asking for those. You don't see anyone from any of the other islands or from any of the countries in Africa that are moved here talking about they want to be classified as these particular things because the history doesn't support their lineage as it is today. So we can do all the things. I think where the argument stands are you have people who are influencers that people follow and they become so loyal to the influencer that they forget that they themselves have a responsibility and an ownership as a citizen to protect themselves and their family's legacy by doing your history work and representing your family's last name in front of the OMB. That is our job.
Yes, and that's why they want to hear from us as an individual, not as a group. But I would have to call or fill out the paperwork or to fill out the petition to say, hey, OMB or, CAP or whatever paperwork the CAP put out, OMB, I, Kevin Battle, in classifying myself as a Negro, a Black American Negro, or a Black American foundational channel slavery, whatever. Then so I forwarded all that information to my family and said, hey, you got X number of days. They need to hear from you as an individual.
Or get them to sign that sheet. I think the sheet is still. I believe the sheet is still out there. You can even print the sheet. You can print that sheet and you can upload that sheet if you want, or edit it, or whatever you need to do. The whole thing is be the voice of your family. Be the voice of the family that either has gone on or does not know. If you talk to them and they don't care to get involved, sometimes people who are in a place of unknown knowledge and they're not sure what to do, be their voice. You talk to your family members, your neighborhood, people in the neighborhood, and be like, listen, do you know that this is happening? This is about you. I mean,
and that's interesting because this is what we did, because I think it was Ashan and because she came into one of our spaces.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, what about, like for me, all of my family and relatives are on the East Coast. So I can't print the paperwork out and send it to them. I said, will you have an online version or something that they can sign that I can send out electronically? They said yes. I mean, they said no, but they will work on that. And then days later, Cap did create an online version that we could text or email or whatever to our family members. I even emailed the paperwork to our old church and called my pastor and told him, hey, you need to have a meeting about this to all the congregation. And then he said,
I'm still waiting to hear from them.
Right. And then he said, well, I'm going to probably open up a Zoom. And I said, hey, if you need assistance with any questions that anybody have, I said, I can forward your information to CAP so that if you decide to have this Zoom meeting or whatever, you can have a CAP representative or whatever come and speak to you and everybody else in the congregation as far as this Zoom meeting. He said, great. And that's what I did. I immediately forwarded his information to Sean and said, hey, this is this person. This is what they're planning to do. They are aware that they have 12 days and they may have questions. Please reach out to them so that they can have the knowledge too. I called my cousin. I called my mother, forwarded them all the paperwork, and explained it to them because I just didn't send it. I called each one. I think it's over 30 people that I called. And they was like, well, what was that you sent me? And I took my time and I explained it. And they said, okay, I'm doing it right now. Great. We all, as individuals, can do that. The classification happens, and then once all of that paperwork is in, then, yes, we can say, all right, we're standing as a people. We demand reparations. Here's who the people need it and that are demanding it. These not only reparations. Let's just take reparations off the table. Just general resources. This is what we're demanding. So now employers just can't overlook us. When we go to fill out that application, when we go to fill out that online application and things like that. So I do thank CAP for putting out the work, for doing the work. But a lot of people are stuck on reparations, that cart, and they haven't even put the horse to the cart first, because the horse is what leads the cart. Eileen, thanks.
You got it, Fred.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, when you speak of something, when you speak of classification, if any, I don't care who they go get to try to represent you, like as far as these reparation hearings or any type of official, Marcel Dixon pretty much did it better than anyone that I've seen thus far. When he talked about who was owed reparations, he literally outlined it. He printed like step by step. Therefore, no matter what you call yourself, if you want to say a foundational Black American, a freedman, or whatever, I personally think the best term to use is a non-immigrant of the territory which is known as the United States. Because, see, we're the only non-immigrants in the country, in the U.S., what's now known as the territory of the U.S. But if you ask whoever is using the term, say, what is it? What do you mean by that term? Describe that for me. Put it in writing. That way you'll eliminate a bunch of this confusion and saboteur talk. Because, see, we're the only group that when it's time for us to get something specifically for ourselves, the only group that on paper has been promised. Like when you say reparations is resources. So we're the only group that's been promised 40 acres and a mule and have never received it. What that would equate to would be similar to like $30,000 a year a piece, tax free. Get to go to any college you want to free. you get tax-free. You actually get to live tax-free. These are some of the things that are underneath this thing called the Indian Treaty of 1866. Now, we were actually included in that treaty, but it's never been honored. We've never had any officials to actually have it enforced. So as far as our classification, if there's some type of official claiming they're going to speak for you and advocate for you, just tell them, what do you mean? Whatever term you're using, what do you mean by that? Now, I've heard lots of them try to spin it into things like environmental and black women are more likely to catch colds and all that stuff. That's irrelevant. We need to say, here's what the demand is. These are the things that we've been promised that we were never given. So if you ask somebody, how do you classify yourself? They tell you a Negro, for instance. Say, what do you mean by that? And if that term fits underneath a non-immigrant black from the territory now known as the United States, or whether it's a freedman or whatever it is, ask any official, put down in writing what you mean by who's owed reparations and what category are you calling it? Now I'm mute.
So at this point, and thank you for your response, and I'm gonna say this. That's the whole purpose of actually meeting with OMB and actually getting them to add categories. So you now no longer have to worry about whether or not an official is going to say those things. They will they will have to recognize it because it will become a federal categories. It'll become pretty much something that states will have to honor. And I mean, you should be already doing those things anyway, but I hope that, Fred, that you definitely sent your statement in. If you want to add non-immigrant and the language that you mentioned, definitely put it in writing and send it up. And make sure that you're representing yourself and representing your family, and state that you want this to be a category or add it as a recognition in the information, by definition. So again, the rest of us, we are not debating and arguing about historical facts and things like that. I think we did that, over 2 years, pulling information and all the likes. Right now, all of that train is already moving. The 1B is moving. You have 12 days to get your information in. Whatever discussions happen on Twitter need to make sure they make their way. The information needs to make its way to the OMB. In this space, we necessarily want to make sure that we're getting some actionable things that we want to see happen on the ground, of people getting galvanized and getting prepared for positioning ourselves to receive our reparative justice. That's going to take people in office to also help make sure that legislation is passed and implemented and has the correct language. So again, 12 days is going to go by quickly. And then we'll be left with the aftermath of what's going to happen next. And so we have to be 14 steps ahead of 12 days. Battle, you got it, and then Fred.
Yes, so just like how Fred said, well, I want to classify myself as such and such and such. Just keep in mind, Fred, that in order for it to be a category, now, and correct me if I'm wrong, One Love, that it needs to be 10 or more of you in order for it to go under that umbrella, if I'm correct, under the etc. piece. Is that correct, One Love?
I believe so.
I believe so. All right, so just keep that in mind, Fred, that if you want to go ahead.
That's right, because I think Fred would need 9 more people to also have that want the same
classification.
That classification, and then I believe they'll go and add it.
Right. So just be aware of that, Fred, that if you want to do that, because yes, I think a lot of people kind of missed also, for me, how I knew that reparations was on the horizon, and I think a lot of people missed it, was as far as here in California, because people was like, California, they're not going to get reparations, they're not going to get reparations, was the Bruce's Beach situation when the city and the state decided to give that land back to that family. For me, that was a promising sign of, wow, reparations is on the horizon, because that was a piece of land that Manhattan Beach said, hell no, we ain't coming up off this land. But by them fighting for that, the city and the state agreed, let's give them back the land. Now, they did whatever they wanted to do. They got the land back, and then they sold it back to the city and to the state and to that county or whatever. So Manhattan Beach, yes, which was originally Bruce's Beach. And that was the first sign that, wow, reparations is possible. And every time that Cat and all of those representatives that are fighting for us to do this, people were saying, California, no, they ain't gonna happen, no, reparations, no, I did. But every time they take one step and moving forward, look at how many other states are opening up reparations committees. I think just, a few days ago, Detroit opened up their reparations committee, or they're looking for people to join their reparations committees. They put out the call. So those in Detroit or Michigan, hey, guess what? Because California is setting the template for everybody else to follow. Now that once we classify ourselves, now guess what? California, Texas, Michigan, all those black cities can now stand up now as one and say, yes, we do want our money. Yes, we do want our land back. They can get it back. Thanks.
You got it, Fred.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Yeah, you good, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, you good, Fred. All right. Like, see, as far as the classification, is like I said, if I'm able, if we're talking about the same parameters about who,
it's hard to hear you, Fred. It sounds muffled, my brother.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
You certainly looks like you get the record. Okay, because you said I sounded muffled. All right. Like, as far as like what name you want to be called, as long as we're on the same page of specifically, if who is owed the restitution, I can use Freedmen, I can use FBA, I can use Native Black American, whatever. As long as we're talking about the same people. Now, as far as the land, I had seen where, one thing that what these Red Indians did, they laid a claim to the land. As far as that's why they had to sign this thing called the Doctrine of Trust, which meant the government had to take care of them where they stayed at. The only reason I bring up the term of non-immigrant is because not only do we have a claim for the uncompensated labor, we also have a claim to the land. So that would be the only reason I was mentioning the term of a non-immigrant in the territory known as America, North America, the United States today.
Can I ask you one question? How much would that entail? So I'd say, like, 20 trillion, just run up the rip.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, that's actually a question for you.
You said how much? How are you saying? Like, how much money would that be?
Yes, how much? Yeah. I'm already going to start off for 20 trillion. Okay, well, like, here's the thing. 20 trillion can be a start. But see, here's one thing about money, like paper money. You know, somebody can change the currency tomorrow.
Conversation merge into this. We're supposed to be talking about, and I forgot what the damn title is. Oh, damn it. Let me put the title up. Hello?
I'm going to say 20. We hear you, Black. Right now because Twitter is hating hard.
Goodness gracious. How did we get onto this topic?
You're kind of breaking up. Am I breaking up? A little bit. Can you repeat what you said?
Is that you? Is that you?
You know it's me done.
Have you been drinking tonight?
I've been drinking. I've been smoking. I know.
Okay.
God. We can't finesse our way to freedom. We can't finesse our way to freedom. Oh, I can't even put that in there. No shortcuts. No shortcuts. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I can do that.
Did you disappear?
Yes, I was 100% on board.
Probably had to drop down and spy in the Matrix.
No, I'm here. I'm up here.
Oh, you up in?
Okay, so did you want to refocus the room?
Yeah. Because we kind of went down a reparations trail that, you know, I love the fact that we talked about the OMB because that is time critical, time sensitive. I see LaFarmer here. I'm sure he wants to talk on that, but I do want to get us back over to what the original title was. We can't finesse our way to freedom. There are no shortcuts before Twitter rudely destroyed that space. So I'm gonna put up "there are no shortcuts" up in the title, and hopefully that doesn't get their algorithms going crazy. But yeah, because there's a bunch of topics up here about a lot of these local or these recent criminal acts that I did want to talk about.
You fell into the matrix, bro.
Damn it. Okay, all right. LaFarmer's up. Fuck.
Hey, Ari, go ahead, bro. Just don't say Jersey in the building. Rella up here.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Well, Brick City then. Shout out to Brick City. Roots for the bricks. You know what I mean? Peace and love to
I don't know why you keep thinking I'm hating on Jersey. I have no hate towards Jersey. No, I don't. No. Don't listen to him.
You thought spaces, my old days and your spaces, and she said that one-on-one, man.
Whatever.
At the end of the day, you know what? We come from where we come from, but at the original that I came from, originally out there in Andersonville, South Carolina, which was by Charleston, and our family left due to the Great Migration and all the terror and stuff going on. So I was just over here and wanted to talk to the elder about what he was making mention of and just do some stuff in the Jumbotron as part of what he said as far as they made the claim. They made the claim for land, and then they had a case. Yes, absolutely. They made the claim for land as descendants of the people who the land was given to. And I think that's also another important part that can't be missed or belabored. But the document that gives us our claim, just like they had their documents that give them their claim, whether it be title, whether it be old maps, treaties, our document would be Special Field Order 15. And so a simple reading over that kind of lays out not longitude and latitude, but relative location, and how they were going to go ahead and establish us. But I think a lot of times, what we, again, as our people, as American Negroes, descendants of enslaved persons in America, whatever you call yourself, as we are the people, like the elder said, to unequivocally make the statement that my ancestors are the ones from chattel slavery in America. The thing about it is that Special Field Order 15 encompasses so much more than just our land. And I think sometimes that when we get into the land nuance, we forget the document entails a lot more apparatuses such as the protection status, the exclusive rights status of the land. I'm very glad that California was mentioned because I too see that as a micro to precede the macro. And I think what the elder was saying, and I wanted to not incorrectly quote her, but the reason that or him, sorry, but the reason that a lot of these lands, or like the Bruce's Beach, is being returned is because our ancestors are literally doing the work from the other side and helping us. We can imagine that they didn't want to be given our lands back if they took it. You know, white supremacy is still alive and well. But what's happening right now is we see our ancestors who have put the work in this country and built this country from the soil up are literally resurrecting themselves and making all of the invisible areas be made known to us. So now you get the Bruce's family who at one time had to pray for their land to come back, had to submit all paperwork which came to no avail. And then one day it became so. So it doesn't matter how many times they tried to tell them that they had a no. A day came when the yes came, and that land was relocated back to the family. And it was the first time that an American Negro family had received their land, which was wrongfully taken from them by the state. So the part I did want to make mention was eminent domain was used to take it, and they used eminent domain as well to retrieve it. The unfortunate aspect, which is Special Field Order 15 wouldn't fall under, is the unfortunate aspect that when they got the land back, due to local ordinances, the land's usage was changed. So pretty much meaning the zoning, if a zone in one area is a certain way, and the zone in another area is a certain way. So that's why they were reluctant to sell the land back, because they couldn't maneuver it to be in the position that it was when they lost it due to the ordinance laws. So long story short, Special Field Order 15, when we get that, that's an exclusive land. And a lot of times people say, well, you know, they're not going to give us a land that's just for us. And at the end of the day, what I say to our people who would say that is that I'm not looking for them to say that they're not going to give us a land that's specifically for us. The goal and vision should be that we're supposed to get that 40 acres and a mule document in full before they start talking about what partials they would like to cut from it, because of the fact that we have yet to experience it in full. We've experienced it in peace. There were over 40,000 families that have moved on the land. So therefore, we literally experienced it in pieces, but we hadn't yet fulfilled it in fullness. And I think that's what our people needed. So one thing I did want to go ahead and just tap in on was that I threw up in the Jumbotron to answer the question. We're owed $151 million per person, according to Newsweek magazine. And I think when I was looking at the numbers, it breaks down to $2 million over 76 years. And the thing about it is that, you know, I think they can do it in installments or whatever, or put it in a grant or trust, or however they can do it. But they can do it, to be honest. And also another thing that I wanted to make it known was that study came from Newsweek. So that's definitely an authoritative source as well. Special Field Order 15 is up there, and Bruce's Beach is up there again. The irony about Bruce's Beach is that is a moment where in time we can actually see reparations specifically going back to the family upon whom the injury was rendered upon. So therefore, it is a prelude to what we'll be getting as a people coming together under our ancestors' identifiers. However you want to represent them today is your personal choice. But we know when it comes to the OMB, we want to make sure we tell them no to the removal of Negro for Proposition 4. So that way, no matter what they think they can do, they can't forget a people who have built America and who our ancestors clearly are identifiable as. And that's just all I have when it comes to OMB, but definitely it is an item. We have 12 more days. Definitely leave your voice if you did so. Shout out to you. And if you're still waiting to do so, just go in your prayer closet. Go ahead and tell your ancestors that you want to do something for them, and just let your spirit flow, and you'll get it done. Peace, power, and Negro reparations, and I appreciate coming in here. Shout out to my homie Seb shooting me the invite. I appreciate that, but it definitely was a nice chop up.
Can I say something to Irene real quick?
Why did you cook right there? You cooked. Okay, you cooked.
I just want to sip my drink. Thank God it's Friday.
Sometimes we gotta cook. You was cooking.
Yeah, he was. LaFarmer, this is Miss T. Hey, I just want to say to you, I listened to your space the other day. Well, I listened to it today on Stokely Carmichael. Excellent, brother. Excellent, excellent. You brought the scholarship, you brought the info, and you made me think. And hell, I think you need to write a book. Get you a ghostwriter and get you an alias. Hell, use LaFarmer and put that information out because you gave some dynamite information. I salute you, brother. That was great info.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. And shout out to the ancestors. Shout out to the great Secretary of War, Huey P. Newton, who literally defended our people. I personally took offense to that, Miss T. And if you remember, I made it known, and I gave point and location and time, literally up the street from Lafayette Projects in Jersey City, New Jersey, right on the backside of the park, going away from Liberty Center, Liberty Park, right there on the park next to PS22, is where the Black Panther Party used to feed me. I used to get meals from there. I was a little fat kid. My nickname was Pooh Bear. So in Jersey, I was the one always waiting after until I got. But you know what? When I was in that park, they fed us. Yeah. I never seen black men feeding us. I never seen American Negro men feeding us as little American Negro boys and girls in the community. And I remember smelling the food at the cookout. I remember the bag of chips. I remember the ketchup getting emptied and somebody going to the store. I remember going ahead and them putting the paper plates and telling us to make sure we clean up. And because I helped them clean up, because I lived right around the corner, they gave me the milk cartons. And then all of a sudden they drove past and they realized we was trying to shoot hoops with the milk cartons, and our hoop was fucked up. And I remember them putting the drill bits and putting the milk crate on the back of the plywood, drawing, putting some duct tape on to make me the square that go above the circle, because I was shooting and I was like, I need a little square on there. I remember all of that, and I'll be damned and died before I allow somebody to come in who, like Stokely P. Carmichael, and said that program was a waste of time and not part of Black Revolutionary. That program helped feed me. That program was present in my community. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't see Pan-Africanism, but what I didn't see was Pan-Africanism feeding me. I didn't see Stokely Carmichael's organization. I seen the Black Panther Party's organization, whom one of the elders even in that space said, Elder OG, when he was young, he was with the Black Panthers, and they always used the Black Panther as a symbolic gesture because it hunts its prey without the prey even known as being hunted. He said, but every Black Panther knew that they were an American Negro without question, and never was the Black Panther Party to wipe away American Negro. Stokely Carmichael and them was putting advertisements out saying the American Negro is dead and has risen up as a Black revolutionary. These are CIA government documents that the ancestors showed me. So when you say thank you to me, I'm only a living proof of the prodigal of what the ancestors have helped create. It was people from our own community helping our community. And I think that sometimes is missed or overlooked or sometimes even understated, that our solutions are only going to come from ourselves. There is no savior from any other place above or below that will help us. Our saviors are each other. It is written, whether we've been going to church all our life, and Christ said, if you die for your own name, you're not even going to be respected. He said, but if you die for your brother's sake or your sister's sake, he said, there's a crown waiting for you. There's a whole bunch of our family up there that's looking at us like, are you going to hold the line? And I just want to make sure I make it known before I reach them ancestors. I at least get hugs from my great. I'm waiting to see. I know I'm seeing my great grandmother Sally Mae Page again. Niggas got life fucked up to think that I think I'm not. I'm just wanting to make sure that she still know that I'm her same little Pooh Bear to hold the family together. And I just realized that the family is bigger than the last name. It's really a bloodline connection. So calling out people who have misled our people, and to be able to do it in today's time, and to see government, look, to see CIA documents, to see top secret eyes only for the president and Edgar Hoover documents of how Stokely Carmichael was moving, and he's the first one to put black identity extreme on our people. He was the first one going the country saying that the American Negro wants to assassinate presidents and stuff. We never was on that. It is known in history that the American Negro movement was called civil rights. The Pan-African movement was called Black Revolutionary. That happened in the 1960s, about the same time OMB decided to go ahead and start trying to remove Negro. How the fuck Stokely Carmichael, an immigrant from Trinidad, and the OMB are synchronistically going ahead and effectively removing the Negro category and the Negro essence from our people? That right there is COINTELPRO, family, and it works. Don't think these crackers don't run government organizations and projects that do not work. These people go to great lengths. We've been getting studied by these people since 1500s. They got 400 years of data on us, and they know how to affect us effectively. So that's why the only way we can break that programming is to do what Edgar Hoover said. Have Negro unity, which is what the Black Panther Party did in my community. And that's why I could not let a Stokely Carmichael, who changed his name just like a typical agent does, to Kwame Ture and left. The typical sign of a fleer. The typical sign of one.
He wasn't the only one. Eldridge Cleaver also did the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah, Black Panther Party was infiltrated heavily, but
yes, it was, beloved. And unfortunately, because of the fact that you know what made them say they was infiltrated? Because the Black Panther Party was sitting over there saying that they would work with even white folk to get our problems right. Ain't that what our ancestors did when we left the plantation? When the blue coats came down and said, hey, we're going to give you a gun and y'all can fight and free it off this plantation if y'all shoot at the red coats, the Confederates and the Union Army. Yeah, so when we got that freedom and Special Field Order 15, our folks worked with some white folk. Our folks sat down with them white folk. Now, did we get undermined afterwards? Yeah, there were some other folk that undermined us as well, but they had to kill a president and do some other shit to make that happen. So that means that we're a great people to have such great lengths we gone to be able to neutralize us. So never let that escape us as well. We're not a simple motherfucker. We're a great people, and they know they got to go to even greater lengths to neutralize us. But I'll land on that. But thank you, Sister T, and peace and love to you as well. And you know what I do with my great grandma and my ancestors tell me, it don't matter how old I am or how big I am. I'm 6'6", 315. But at the end of the day, I'm still that little Pooh Bear my great grandma used to call, and I'm always gonna make sure I answer the call to my elders. So that's how I was raised, and I'll die that way.
Well, thank you again for that scholarship. And y'all go to his page and just listen to that recording. It's Stokely Carmichael something. I can't remember the title. But you can listen to it on your way to work or on your way home. And he breaks down how this man changed Black people from being viewed as a civil, peaceful people to a Black power. We want to kill.
Man, that thing flickers and then that thing tries to go out.
And it was all done under this particular guy. Just listen to it. It's amazing. And then you can do your own research and study from it. But great job, Irie.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I'll put it in a jumbotron. And all of my every source that I use has the source link in it, so you can go back to it. And the source database that I was searching through and querying was the CIA FOIA request page, which is open access to the public.
Don't put it in the jumbotron. Put it down in the chat.
I'll put it in the chat. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that way it doesn't go away. Hi, Original.
Grand Rising.
What's up, Original?
Hey, listen. Can you hear me? Hey, I
got it, Miss T. I'm trying to get my hellos because I haven't seen Original for a minute. And I gotta get my hellos.
All right.
Yes, I'm trying to get my hellos.
You've been hiding from him. You've been hiding from Irrelevant. Hey, listen,
I have not been hiding from you. I have fell and twisted my ankle out walking the dog, and I broke my.
Are you good right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. And it was just I was out because normally when I'm talking to y'all, it's dark when I take the dog out for the last walk, and it was dark, and I stepped up, and there was a like a hole or a dip, and when I stepped in it, I just stepped wrong, didn't see it, and I ended up falling and breaking my phone because I was trying to catch I caught myself. But I ended up breaking my phone, so I kind of I needed that hiatus anyway.
Okay.
So.
You're forgiven. But what I called to say, what I called to say is, see, I was listening to Brother LaFarmer's platform that day, and I called this elder that I know who worked with Dr. King, and I called back into what I was already in the platform.
He sure was. Yes.
Everybody heard it. You heard it. So you heard it, right? Yeah. So what Brother LaFarmer is saying about Kwame Ture is true. Because I called this brother who worked with Dr. King, and I started asking him about, Kwame Ture being an agent. He said, well, I didn't like what Kwame Ture was, how he was talking, the conversation that we had. He was talking about killing white folks and this, that, and whatever. And I'm like, well, damn, he's saying the same thing that Brother LaFarmer is saying there. So I got it from a source who was there at the time. So Brother LaFarmer ain't lying to y'all. If anybody come up saying that this brother is lying, they're lying. Because like I said, I got it from a source, and they're in their 80s now, okay? So I just wanted to share that because see, people get mad sometimes because some of these people who have been put in front of us, they have been who we're supposed to look towards for some type of salvation or whatever. They're agents. They are award agents. And so now that they're being exposed, it's like, hey, this is the age of Aquarius, the age of truth, knowledge, information, and it is all coming out. So I want to thank Brother LaFarmer for having that platform that day. And I thank my ancestors for allowing me to see it so I could join in and listen. And then I called someone who was there at the time, and they verified what Brother LaFarmer was saying. So I got love for Brother LaFarmer. Brother, that was a great platform, and thank you, Miss T, for raising that issue because see, we have to look out for ourselves as far as this reparations fight. No one else is going to do this but us. We can't allow other people to stand up here. You have a number of these black immigrants trying to think they can speak on our behalf. No, you cannot and will not speak on our behalf. We're not going to allow it. But I want to say, Brother LaFarmer, thanks for that scholarship that day. I downloaded a lot of the documents and got to give them to some other people. But we have to understand some things you may hear. Don't get upset. Don't go off the bat and say, oh, how you know that? No, documents don't lie. Okay, that's first and foremost. Documents don't lie. And if anyone understands, they was coming at us from all angles because we all saw when with that COINTELPRO when the weatherman broke into that I think the office within San Francisco up in the Bay Area somewhere, and they got all those documents. See, if I remember correctly, the media initially did not want to discuss those documents, so they started passing that stuff around, and then it had to hit the media. So they were showing what the FBI was doing, what they did to our people back then, and even hell, what they're doing to us now. So I just want to thank you, Brother LaFormer, for putting that information out there. It is something that was needed, and so we got documentation going forward how we should handle people when because see, someone when I was coming into this this information back in California, even this one brother, he said, yeah, if anybody come up start talking about let's go kill him, he said, you already know that's agent, and I'm sure that came from what Kwame Ture did back in those days. So I just want to say, Brother Farmer, I thank you for that, and I'm glad I was able to assist you in showing people that you did not lie, because somebody who was there told me exactly what you had in your platform, and I'm gonna land with that.
And peace and love too, Elder, for doing that. And if you remember, that all happened in real time, organically. Like, it wasn't no plan to attack Pan-Africanism. It wasn't no anger at black people. It wasn't a Negro black Pan-African. It was literally like we went through it in real time and just was going through documents and reading it like, whoa, this guy's talking like this? We never talk like this. This guy was getting invited to invitational stuff that not even Martin Luther King was getting invited to. So that was already off topic. He would mention black interchangeably when he spoke about black revolutionary, but then touted himself as saying that he speaks for the American Negro people and that the American Negro people are tired and fed up, when that is not the sentiment we heard. We didn't put that type of movement together. So when I start looking at the pieces, and I know all of my little old stuff that I used to know from the Alex Jones days, they will, and we're learning about this from Jace January 6th as well. They'll put a informant in there to cause the chaos, to then have the agents focus on the informant, to then have everybody around the informant have open areas to be wiretapped, to have your surveillance, just because of association. You don't even know this informant. You don't even deal with this informant. And I want to make it known. They even tried to clean up their mess with this agent by saying that, oh, we put out fake information that he was an agent. Family, Huey P. Newton put a hit out on this guy. And Huey P. Newton said this guy is to be dealt with strictly. And he fled. And the government allowed him to flee and gave him a new name and some money, witness protection. He went to Africa and did the same type of CIA work. So family, when I'm telling y'all, they'll have a black-looking person in our midst, and he will do or she will do the will of them to get the problem, reaction, and the solution. The solution was to go ahead and neutralize the Negro civil rights movement. By putting in all of these different nuances, it neutralized them or gave the green light to have even the Martin Luther King who was preaching peace murdered. Because the association with these characters, who the CIA put in. Stokely Carmichael was born in Port of Spain, Trinidad. He is not an American Negro. He does not have ancestors that come from American chattel slavery like we do. Barack Hussein Obama was born in born in Hawaii. Big CIA military base out there. Big. How the fuck that white woman even meet a Kenyan outside of government operations? He's born, he becomes senator. Harry Reid says, Barack Obama, you might win because you're a light-skinned African-American who lack no dialect.
No, man, you have to say what you should say what he said, though. He said that
you're a light-skinned African-American Negro dialect, meaning Harry Reid racist as that white supremacist Harry Reid was able to identify and delineate Obama from the Negro. And that's what let me know, straight up off script,
Wait, hold on, the farmer. Don. I'm gonna put you down. I'm gonna put you down in the queue for just a minute.
It's all love. I love you. I love you.
Finish, okay?
I'm gonna do it for a second, but
I got you. I'll repeat it.
Bro, I know what you said. Like, hey, yo, that was Harold Reid. Harold Reid came through, and that was the senator from
that white, yeah.
No, wait a minute. Hold on.
Right?
Don, let him finish so that way we can get to the next speaker. Okay, you gotta let him finish his statement so you can hear everything he's trying to say. Okay, just give me a thumbs up. Let me know you hear me.
You know if you hear what I'm saying.
No?
I don't think so. I don't know if he hears.
I was about to say, I bet he's looking for it. Uncle Don is good, man. I know he's good. Trust me. I don't have no.
I get it. I get sometimes.
I know it's love. If we were to work out right now.
Yes, everybody. I would lead Don. I would lead Don to the men. I would lead Don to the men and be like, "Y'all better go handle him because
we'll still be talking like we're still talking. Everybody know that, Don. But yeah, I repeated it for you though, Don, because the purpose that it holds is that these white supremacists are able to identify us and delineate us in blackness, and it is best if we be able to do the same as well. So that's why I leave it at, and I just want to say that room was organic, and the fact that the elder was able to be there was proof that Negro unity is their greatest threat, because it does open even our cold case files to be solved within minutes time, just with us working together effectively. And I'll land on that.
Oh, that see, you see. That was dope.
That was dope.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wilson. Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing well since we both are in the liquor store.
I'm telling you, we're in the liquor store.
I'm gonna go to the liquor store. I'm gonna go to the liquor store. You gotta go to the liquor store. I'm gonna go to the liquor store.
No, not that liquor store. We talking about music.
Well, who got the best music? I promise you, I will have the best music.
I don't doubt it. I really believe you too. Go ahead, Wilson.
Sisters.
Eldridge Cleaver. I don't know if everyone is aware of the story that when he went to Cuba, when he fled to Cuba, Fidel Castro got word that there was a CIA-related infiltration. And while Eldridge Cleaver was in Cuba, his welcome had expired.
Wow.
Upon Castro receiving that information, it seemed as if there might have been a possibility that Cleaver was, funneling information about what's going on in Cuba to the CIA.
Wow.
And I was reading that there was a Jewish woman, she was a socialist or something, like she got him some kind of quote-unquote invitation to some Pan-African something going on, led to Algeria.
Wow.
And, I wanted to just share that, and please correct me if anybody.
No, you're right, 100%. Everybody knows that.
No, everybody don't know it, but I will say
he said everybody. Everybody knows.
Honestly,
what are you talking about?
Huh?
Everybody knows that.
Don't nobody know what you're talking about.
So,
man, let the people speak.
Man, we are in a liquor store right now.
You know what I'm saying? That dark liquor tonight, you know what I mean? That easy Jesus.
Out in front of us.
So, Wilson, I'm so glad that you actually brought that up, because that was I had just mentioned that Eldridge Cleaver was definitely he was definitely an agent, but no one knew to what extent. And when he lost his invitation to Cuba, he ended up going to, I believe it was an Asian country.
No, he went to, I think he went to, he was already in Cuba. Castro invited him to Cuba.
Prior to, no, after. So he ends up marrying this Asian woman, but I can't remember where he ends up at. I have to look at
after Castro asked him to leave. After Castro got word that there was some type of infiltration by the CIA.
Wow.
Through him.
Wow.
Castro, his welcome was expired. He told him to leave. And he went to Algeria, I think it was. And I wanted to share that, because Stokely Carmichael, Eldridge Cleaver, and I wanted to ask a question and thoughts about this. There's two questions that I have. What are anyone's thoughts on Assata Shakur? Number one. Number two, this is a recorded space, and I don't want anyone to answer this, and there's something that could be formulated offline. But today's COINTELPRO, who are they?
Yeah, I knew you would do it.
Oof.
I'm sorry?
I knew you would do it. I knew you would do it. I didn't know you asked about Assata.
So I wanted, that ran through my mind. Like, for today, who are the people that we suspect or we know or feel that they are people who are trying to upend this reparations movement, because they're out there and they're not only non-FBA. They are FBA people as well. So, because like Eldridge Cleaver was FBA, so, and that's the reality. It's not just, non-FBA people. There are a lot of FBA people that are trying to upend this. So that's just something my thought came when I was listening to Farmer. Just identify today's Eldridge Cleaver and Stokely Carmichael. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that, Elder. Also, peace and love to you as well. I think one thing that we can do good to identify who amongst us today would be is to go back in times past and just learn from the nuances that might be present then, to go ahead and see the correlative effects that are probably taking place now. Because we know our enemy doesn't really do anything new, right? White supremacy doesn't do anything new. So they're going to use the same type of hand-back Muppets to do the job. And we just need to go ahead and look in times past to see the different type of things, such as the thing at Stokely Carmichael. It was just so flagrant with his vernacular. That was not how any of our leaders were speaking, and any time, even Malcolm X never spoke like Stokely Carmichael was speaking, to the degree of saying that we want to openly assassinate sitting presidents and then secretaries of states. And I was doing a documentary series that I'm doing in our spaces as well. It's called the KGC, or the Knights of the Golden Circle. For anybody who knows about that, these are the people who killed Lincoln. And this is the group who literally funded the Confederacy War. And these are the people who are open enemies. They wanted to enslave us forever in perpetuity. They never seen the end to our slavery. And these people are known as the Knights of the Golden Circle. They also produced a movie like John Wilkes Booth that was called The Klansman, The Spotted Leopard, and there's one more, I can't always remember it. But the other movie that they did create that had no words to it was called The Birth of a Nation, if anybody's familiar with that. And that was shown at the presidential office. And that was shown to the presidential office due to the fact that the Knights of the Golden Circle had already infiltrated the highest levels of government. So much so even that General Sherman Tecumseh Williams was also on the circle, or Knights of the Golden Circle, but due to the fact that he was, Abraham Lincoln's homie, and he literally was seeing, this was more than just a fraternal organization. Just wanted to have unity between white men. This was actually a governmental operation takeover to try to do it by force. And these people hired a man by the name of Judah P. Benjamin and called him the brains of their army. And if you know who Judah P. Benjamin is, you could kind of tie all the nuances in. But the Knights of the Golden Circle are the people who are responsible for killing Abraham Lincoln and retracting and rescinding Special Field Order 15. And they have been the people who have opened up our borders, gave all these other groups and people of minority status rights in real time. And so to be able to identify who they use to operate within our midst is very important, to go back through the old files to see how they operated within our midst, so we don't make the same mistakes twice, because we know these mistakes are costly and they kill people, and they get even our youngest of soldiers killed. Shout out to Brother Fred Hampton, the chairman, who literally, through the aid of one of these type of agents, had him assassinated in his own home. So this is why it's again important to know who our tribe is, and to have that understanding between each other. So that way when one does stick out or one is unable to be accounted for, like with myself, you can go to Jersey, you can find my cousins. You can hear my baby sleeping in the background snoring. You can hear me cooking for them. Agents don't do that. Agents
Hey, check this out, LaFarman, check this out. The Knights of the Golden Circle proposal grew out of previous unsuccessful proposals to annex Cuba, outstand a manifesto, parts of the Central America filibuster war, and all of Mexico. All of Mexico movement in Cuba. The issue was complicated by the desire of many in the colony for independence from Spain. Mexico and Central America had no interest in being part of the United States. As the abolitionism in the United States grew in the opposition to slavery, the Knights of the Golden Circle members proposed a separate confederation of slave states, with the U.S. states south of the Mason-Dixon line to secede and to align with other slave states to be formed from the Golden Circle.
Yes, ma'am. That is 100% accurate. And you want to know why they called it the Golden Circle too, sister? Because there was a statement that was known called "Cotton is King," and we were the people who they took from the Gold Coast. So literally, they called it the Golden Circle because our people would have encompassed all of the usage of cotton, and to be able to grow that, and that was pretty much the goal. We had an ancestor just come in the room just yesterday and make mention of it, and it stuck with my spirit so heavy. The first industrial boom in America, even bigger than oil, was our ancestors' hands in cotton fields. Cotton. The cotton that we were growing here in America came with us from sub-Saharan Africa. It's indigenous to that land. That cotton that we grow over here, we literally were familiar with it, and they literally caught a boom economically in this country unlike any other boom. We outdid the tech boom. We outdid the oil revolution. We outdid the industrial revolution. We outdid the computer and AI revolution in terms of revenue. What I'm saying is that one genetic seed, not tobacco, not corn, not all of the other crops that come from agriculture, but cotton alone, and our people was enough to say, do you know they went to Congress and said, we have our Negroes and we have cotton, and cotton is king. So these people were really going to create a new country with us. That's why they said, fuck the union. Because we got the Negro and we got cotton, and cotton is king, meaning that the president isn't king. So this is why they went to war. White people were killing other white people so that we could be enslaved forever. These people had a forever enslavement. We're reading the Knight of the Golden Circle book. We haven't even gotten past page 15. These people speak like anybody you've ever heard in the South with no regard for who we are. They first and foremost say that to be involved, to be initiated into the intercaste, you have to be sound on the nigger. And I don't say that unequivocally. This is their words. In order for you to get close to the royalty circle of the Knights of the Golden Circle, you have to be sound on a nigger, meaning that you could be Filipino, you could be Latino, you could be Mexican, you could be Japanese, you could be Chinese, just as long. You could be Indian. with the darkest of skin, long as you could be African with the darkest, long as when you come to this country, you don't help the Negro whatsoever, they'll invite you in. And they even have black-looking people that do their bidding today in America, today, against us. Today. Back then, it wasn't so because we were only on plantations. Yes.
Thank you so much for that, because it's such an education. I wanted to share something. It said that the Knights of the Golden Circle was a secret society founded in 1854 by American George W.L. Bickley, capital B-I-C-K-L-E-Y, Bickley. The objective of which was to create a new country known as the Golden Circle, or in Spanish, the Círculo Dorado, where slavery would be legal. The country would have been centered in Havana, Cuba, and would have consisted of the southern United States and a golden circle of territories in Mexico, which was to be divided into 25 new slave states within Central America, northern parts of South America, Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and most other islands in the Caribbean. That shit is deep. What book are you having a book club about this?
Wait a minute, hold on. You said the countries you just read were Haiti, Cuba. I'm going to read it again. Read it, yes, please.
Read it again. But yeah, when it was founded by Bickley, the objective of which was to create a new country known as the Golden Circle, where slavery would be legal. The country would have been centered in Havana. Maybe that would have been the quote-unquote capital city, okay? Centered in Havana, and would have consisted of the southern United States and a golden circle of territories in Mexico, which would have been divided into 25 new slave states in Central America, in northern parts of South America, and Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and most other islands in the Caribbean.
Aren't those countries a part of the British Crown?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And then, yes, Trouble. Do you remember when Regina was in here and we were talking about she was bringing up the British Crown, and she was saying, and we didn't get to finish to talk about it, but she was telling us all the countries of the people that have that are coming into the United States are in positions of politics. Do you remember saying it?
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember the thing she was talking about, but I remember that. Yeah.
Right, and so follow me. So I'm looking at this as Wilson was reading it, right? And there's this symbol, this little cross symbol. I've seen this before.
It's up in the Jumbotron, One Love. I just put it up. It's the second picture to the left.
Second picture to the left. Yes. Yes.
All European last names. Johnson, Smith, whatever, Wimbush for me, couple other ones. All come with a hold on, sister, let me finish. All come with a crest. Look it up, yo. Name is you got a crest. So
sorry, that ring
into us.
Right, so that ring
with those crests.
But I'm saying, so this crest right here, was this the original? Because I'm looking at the one I'm looking at. It has it's like black and it's got a star in the middle, like the Star of David kind of situation.
Yes, ma'am. That's the original.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what?
And also that cross, and if you know about that cross is the Celtic cross that they still use now in white supremacy, and it's the same cross that is used.
Can I just say one thing? It wasn't just England. It wasn't just England. It was Spain. It was France. It was England, Spain, and France. Okay.
Oh man, did they see? Oh man, y'all, damn, bro. See what's happening, bro? Oh my God, please don't tell me they. Damn it, bro.
No, and America
I ain't touching
well, if you look at the map, right?
Man.
You can imagine that.
Hold on, is that the Vatican?
Yes, ma'am. There you go. No, because listen, the Vatican has a part to play in this, because you have to remember, they're still trying to fight the people who rebelled against the crown. Remember, you don't become a king in the crown until who first anoints you? The Pope. So therefore, the church is the highest authority, because until you get anointed or ordained by the Pope, you're not even legitimate in the eyes of the government. So this is why the church has so much power. That's why they had such a relationship with the kings and the queens, because literally one operated in tandem with the other. But what I want people to recognize, our people specifically to recognize, is that map. I want you to see how much land. Our people were usually known from Texas to below the Mason-Dixon line. These people were wanting to include us in Mexico, the Caribbean islands, and north of Brazil. Excuse me. This is why slave breeding and all of those things start happening, because they had a vision to have us be scattered out and spread into these lands to enslave us forever. So this is the people I want you to know, and I don't want to ever let this preclude or leave us. These are the people who shot Lincoln for giving us Special Field Order 15. Because Lincoln didn't give us just that because he loved black people, family. He gave us that so that way we could neutralize these people's threat, which was the economic benefit of having those coastal areas to be able to ship the cotton, and the beneficial use of us to have free labor to do so. This is why they killed the president for that and attempted to kill the Secretary of State even in his own bed, in front of his family. It was a night of murderers. These people just went out on a night of just killing. And guess where else they went to when they fled for hiding? Up in Montreal, Canada. Go when they got there, at a big church up in Montreal, and was protected by an archbishop. That's where they found John Wilkes Booth at.
I want to share something that was their mantra or their mission statement, and it's very short, but it's to the point. Their mission statement was, "We will expand as our growth and civilization shall demand over Mexico, over the isles of the sea, over the far-off southern tropics, until we shall establish a great confederation of republics, the greatest, freest, and most useful of the world has ever seen." That was their mantra. That was their mission statement. And this is not too far, this is not a long, this is not so, centuries ago. You know what I mean?
It's less than 200 years ago.
That's right.
And these people are still working against us. These people are still working against us. This is why I want to make it like, this is why, I was supposed to do on this weekend. More than likely I'll do one tomorrow since it's coming up. But I want you to know, family, these people still are working against us. And if you want to know what they look like, these are the people who hide the hand in the coat. So this is also the people of the hidden hand. From Napoleon Bonaparte all the way up to presidents, all of them with the hidden hand, Karl Marx. These are Knights of the Golden Circle. And I want you to know the government that's in control now, and I'm going to throw the book up there because I want y'all to read this book. I can't let y'all not even get away with it.
Yeah, I found it. But I sent you a link. There's a white guy that's got a whole list of some other books too.
This one right here is the best book right here, Sister Rilla, because this book is from the actual mouth of somebody who was there, who actually witnessed these things and seen them. And I want to make mention of this too. There was a story that had went out about these people, and the story that had went out was that there was a group of people listening to their plans, some white folk in the barn when they had a secret meeting in there, and they ended up going and telling the neighboring police, and they had to get the Union Army to come and fight them because these people amassed a little mini army of 300 people to go to the town and free their so-called leader out of jail. These people are the same people who will fight America and try to destroy it. Do you know that they have an envision of trying to destroy the Union or America in order to put us back in slavery? And communism, the more recent one, is one of their plans recently. But back then, they always envisioned a republic because they never seen us as people. They seen us as property. So that's why when I threw that book in there so you can see it, and I'm going to check your message as well, it's called An Authentic Exposition of the KGC, Knights of the Golden Circle, or A History of Secession from 1834 to 1861, Member of the Order. So you go to that, you'll see the downloads. But if you go down to the second post under it, you'll see the download. You won't have to go through the website and stuff. But I try to leave the whole trail there so people can see that it's not just a link going somewhere. It's actually a link that shows information. But I hope that, I mean, this is, I hope Brother Social and, the co-hosts understand, like, this is what is our enemy. This is what is affecting us today. This is why we don't have bills. These people are why we got the biggest congressional black caucus and we have the least activity in Congress. These people control and run everything. Democrat, Republican, LGBTQ, straight, Scientology, any type of religion. These people are in control of all of it. And their only enemy is us. Their sole enemy is us. They hate us.
That's why them people always look like they ain't got no soul. When you look at them, they just look like there's something else in their bodies, and it's not the same. And I'll keep saying they're the only group of people trying to leave this rock. If you notice, they're the only ones that will spread out to try to leave this earth to go somewhere else. I really truly believe that they are the aliens or some sort of parasite. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just saying.
The real vampires.
Yeah.
But I threw the links up there. And, even this topic even got some of the fucking other folks from the other side of the aisle, some of the white folk, like, hey, man, we want to come to those rooms because they're starting to realize and wake up under this flat whiteness. Because you got to imagine there was a group of people who were calling themselves white that white people don't get along with. And y'all can kind of see that nuance playing out today in real time.
Yeah, when they start arguing with each other.
Yeah, but back then they were called abolitionists. And so in this book, The Knights of the Golden Circle, they have a motto as well called death to the nigger and death to the abolitionist. So pretty much the abolitionist would have been the first quote unquote nigger lover, as they would have described it. And if that's what you're labeled, you die as well, right? So this wasn't just a fraternity of people who thought a certain way. These were people who will kill. Like, they will kill. They'll get an army. These people have armies. They have armies ready to go. Like, when you think about the cartel and stuff like that, that's the Knights of the Golden Circle people. That's their families. That's why you see how the cartel runs rampant and give interviews and stuff. That's part of the Confederacy. They just haven't bound them all together because there's still a lot of links missing. But they have tangible assets and all to effectuate that purpose. And they're still trying to do that now. That's why they don't want borders and all of that. They're wanting that border to stay open so they can flow us through it and go ahead and put us back into chattel slavery like they did before. And family, I'm not joking when I say that. I want you to know I'm not kidding. There's no joke. There's no fear of trying to put fear in you. That's why the main thing that we have to do is get Special Field Order 15. We have to have it in full. We don't want pieces of it because it's an effective tool against them. Because they need the land and they need us to be financially neutral, meaning financially castrated. They don't need us to have any economic power, because if we would have had Fight Field Order 15, all those plantations that we worked, all the money goes back strictly to us. The government is going to protect us. They're going to pay to protect us. Our lands would have been exclusively Negro only, meaning that we wouldn't even have been able to have competition. We would have had untapped potential. And own lands, owning our lands, owning our goods, owning our rights, owning our gems, not worrying about Tulsa, Oklahoma's and Wilmington, North Carolina's and Rosewoods, because they would have never happened. That would have truly been the biggest Negro town there would have been Negro lands, literally, in America. Special Field Order 15, those states. We would have taken over all them states. We'd have had our own governors. We would have our legislative bodies. Like, that, them taking that from us, family, is a big deal. That's not just 40 acres. That's just what our family had to use to remember it. And it also tells that our family have a specific part of history, because the mule was not included in Special Field Order. It was only given to the people on General Sherman's March to the Sea, meaning that our people were literally there and waiting to receive something from the government that was promised, but never that was promised and started, but was not fully fulfilled. So we have 40,000, I think it was 4,000 or 40,000 American Negroes living on land already living on the land, waiting for the rest of our people to come. And while our people are getting ready to celebrate to go and live on the land, the Knights of the Golden Circle was conspiring to assassinate a sitting president. That's our history, family. That's not just America history. Special Field Order 15 was taken from us, and it has been an effective neutralization of our people since, because there is no fix for us outside of that. And that's just the truth.
Another reason why they're taking all of the history lessons out of school.
Damn it.
That's what we should be demanding that Ron DeSantis admit why he is here, because his family is not from here. Him and Ted Cruz, the Indian Haley, Nikki Haley. Yeah, they all pretended to be white. Like, they all are walking around pretending to be white, but they're not. They're from the countries that I think Wilson actually and the farmer mentioned.
Cruz is Cuban. DeSantis is Italian.
These are Knights of the Golden Circle.
Haley is from India.
Yeah.
These are Knights of the Golden Circle. Remember how I just mentioned?
Also, Bobby Jingle was the governor of Louisiana. He also is Indian, and a fellow GOP.
Bobby Jingle. I have to look him up.
Jen Down. It's Jen Down. He's like the skinnier looking, cooler looking type Indian dude, right?
Yes.
Yeah, man. And the thing about it is if you guys understand this, they always put on the persona character of trying to please us. It's a caricature, because they try to come out, and it's almost like they try to act like they got the sauce. You know what I'm saying? Like, they try to act like they us, but then when they get into politics, they don't even bring no meat to the cookout. They don't even bring a pack of Kingsfords to the cookout. They don't even bring ice and cups and plates to the cookout. They act like they never even went. But when they trying to get into office, they in the hood. They walking through. Fucking Kamala Harris will pull out some Chuck Taylors.
Right. Chuck Taylors and what's the Timberlands?
And Tim's, yes, remember that?
Yeah.
But what I want y'all to know is we're so loving to the point where we're now hurting ourselves. Because we should have told her, you should have came in the same attire you wear when you're going to go to work for us. Ooh. And you ain't going to walk in the White House in Tim's. Honey, why you put those on out here? We don't want to see you to eat chicken and take pictures, Kamala. We want to see you go ahead and write legislation at the executive level for us.
The book that you are, the book you guys are looking at, is it the one that has the rocks on it? The treasures and signs, that one?
No, the one we're looking at is the one that is in the Jumbotron. It's the one all the way to the newest one. But you want to see the cover of it. If you want to see the cover of it, it's the one.
Assassination of Lincoln. That one.
No, ma'am. It's the one go all the way to the far left, and then start off with an authentic exposition of KGC. Slide two of them to the right, and then you'll see the KGC an authentic exposition. Knights of the Golden Circle or History of Secession. And if you notice, you got the Knights of the Golden Circle. You got the Crescent Moon in there for those who want to know as well. And they break down what those symbols mean as well. You got the Skull and Bones in there. We got Indianapolis, Indiana, which is what? The headquarters of the Ku Klux Klan.
Is that where that symbol came from that they be riding around with that? You be seeing like some of the bikers and then some of the, they have that skull and bones symbol. Y'all seen it?
Absolutely.
What is that symbol called? It's not called skull and bones. It's called something else, though.
That's just what we call it. It's called the skull and bones. But if you want to know what's in the book, the symbol is in the book. I think it's on page 15, 12 to 15.
Okay, so I do need to download the link then?
It's in the book. So the book is a PDF. You can go straight to it. I would download it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so you can go and download it. But if you go
I was trying to buy it. I'm trying to go somewhere to buy it.
Nah, man, we always get them for free, man. Free 99 for my people. Because some of my people in the building. See that relevant free 99 wallpaper night. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure our people. Some of these books can get pricey. Some of these books, and if we start buying them, it can get up to $700, $800. There's a book about our people who literally how we were made into, how the Negro was made into a slave. That book is 4,768 pounds. No, US dollars. It was 3,688 pounds, which converted to 4,788 US dollars for a book. The book got less than, I think, 130 pages in it. But one of the chapters, and it's from a captain who was hired by the Crown of England to export slaves. And so one of his chapters in his log was how the Negro was made into a slave, meaning that we were not a slave when they found us. When they shipped us, they kidnapped us, they stole us. We were not slaves. We were a free people. We had a state. We had a nation. They stole us. They colonized us. So that's why a lot of times when a lot of people tell us their stories, it's like, okay, what my people's story? What about our people's story? What about our history? Are we to be put behind another people because we got so much love? No, that's not love. What's the name of that book? I'll go ahead and get it to you. I'll go ahead and put it in your book. And I think it was I'm not sure, but I just remember the chapter. But I'll get it to you because I got to save them my notes because that motherfucker was so expensive. But I saved it. I'll send you the picture about what a original copy from the UK, how much it costs, so you can see it in pounds. This shit ain't no joke, and this is our history. Like, so it lets you know our people got a rich history, even in money. Like, our people history is so rich. The books that encompass our people are hundreds and thousands of dollars. And these books are hidden and locked away behind universities, and some of them you actually can't even look at unless you input your student ID. They want to know when you looked at it, how long you looked at it, if you downloaded it, if you're a professor, and even if you go and look at it in real time to examine the book, you're going to have to put on white gloves, surrender your license so they can take a copy of it because it's in their, quote, rare book collection. So this stuff's gate kept to the degree that when Negroes start going to look it up, they'll pull this shit off the shelf and you won't have access to it just at the push of a button.
And they probably gonna put your name on one of the FBI lists.
Well, well, the thing is that you don't even have to worry about the FBI list because you got to remember too, the FBI and them don't have any jurisdiction with us until we start messing with people like Stokely Carmichael. Long as we stay away from those idiots, we're good. Long as we point those people in the crowd out, like Black Panthers and them was trying to do, but didn't fully do, we'll be good. And I think we're getting there, right? That's what the delineation is. That's why I just went to American Negro, but a lot of people may find their path somewhere else. But the reason I went there was just because I wanted to include my big mama in this reparation conversation. And I knew that there was no other way than using her birth certificate than what it said. On her death certificate, it says she's black because we in Jersey, she died in 93. But at the same time, I got her birth certificate. I got my great-grandma, my great-great-grandparents, my great-great-great-grandfather's World War II picture. All of them are Negroes. So it's like I'm solid on knowing where our family come from. And I know when I mention that, that just
some of that stuff could be. I still have to actually. I got to get a copy of my mom's death certificate because when I called, like I said, when I called and spoke to the lady at
what state?
California. But my mom was born in Louisiana, so I don't have a birth certificate, and then her death certificate would be in California.
Damn, it's 4 a.m. Didn't realize it was that late. Okay, all right, we gotta wrap this up because they're gonna keep talking, and that's on Twitter.
Oh, shit. What's
we
the
have to go under the
called,
social media at social media on Twitter. Follow us at Join Social, SOXCIAL.com, SOXCIAL.com.
Vital statistics.
With the fire emoji.
Vital statistics. The lady said,
Join
I
social,
asked her, why
interact,
don't you
post,
see
comment,
the nationality or the race
join the communities,
anymore?
left-handed menu.
Because mine doesn't have the race listed
and also
on mine.
Follow us on Twitter.
And she goes, she said, well, by the time I was born, they had already made the decision not to list the
9
race
p.m.
anymore.
Eastern Standard Time on Social
what
Live.
she knows is
11
it was
p.m.
because they didn't want to
on YouTube Live until it ends.
I was like, that don't even sound right.
Conversation's good, but you're gonna have to catch up on
race
at social media, SOXCIALMEDIA Twitter handle to get the rest of this.
So we're not offended by the word.
Because this may go on for 4 more hours. But good night. Thank you so much for coming. And please make your plans to migrate. Delaware or Mississippi are the 2 states that we are focused on targeting. Delaware and Mississippi.
They're willing to go head over heels to protect us for, but they didn't pass the anti-black hate crime bill. They didn't pass the George Floyd.